Okay, we're live. So today's plan is to create an infinite canvas in C++ from scratch because I want to revise C++ and also my graphics processing, graphics programming capabilities. It's been a while since I've used OpenGL and stuff. I think I'll be using Raylib for this one because I don't feel like writing it from that scratch. Let's see. Okay, so first of all, leak. Let's name it. What should we name this? Call it mmapper because mind mapper, and at the same time, mmap is the utility to the system call. I think it's a sys call for the operating system to give you page tables. So that's what Malloc uses underneath. Try out hello world. We're on it. Mmapper. Should we already make a make? I think inside our make file we should do. Should we use command? I know the GCC flags. I think CDC plus plus 23, trailing edge, double warning, I think that's pedantic. Warning conversion, that should be. And dot CDP is what's important. Can people actually hear me? I think that's still too quiet. So CDC plus plus pedantic and conversion. I think that's good enough. And now let's make dot slash 8. Feel I should be including that H. I've also forgotten the difference between these includes. Like, is it like this or is it like this? I think it's like this. It's obviously gonna freak out. Let's see if it freaks out now. Yeah, it does. I think it's really- I think I just need to do. Sorry. I think internet's going down quite a bit here. Okay, include relib.h into main void init window. While window should not close, begin. Okay. Begin drawing, end drawing, clear background, close window. Okay. Window should close. You can begin drawing and drawing. So clear. No, white, really white. Yeah. And I draw a rectangle instead. Like that. Yeah. Let's open up the H. Where's Raylib on my machine? User local share. User local lib. Lib Raylib. User local include. Okay, here it is. So rectangle. Okay, XY width and height. Top from the top left. Draw a rectangle. So this is it. Let's draw it at 10. 10. And width, I think, let's do this. Color. Let's see, color. So let's search for Ray White. Oh, it was in Ray White. Okay, here it is. Whoops, C literal. Okay, C literal. Uh, what color would be? Should we just make this like a Ray White and black? Ooh, should we just start this off with a? Is there like a gray? Let's see. Dark green, dark gray. So let's just do that. Dark gray. And I wish we could put all of this in a namespace. I'm sad we can't do that. Okay, let's see if this works. So first try, let's go. This dark gray is not that nice. Let's see if black is fully black. Black is indeed fully black. So let's see if we can just do put in this. So what is C literal? If C++ is defined, note MSBC C++ compiler does not support compound literals, C99 feature. Plain structures in C++ without constructors can be initialized with this. This is called aggregate initialization in C++11 feature. Okay. Okay. So, uh, so if we've defined this, right? So C literal type would just do this. But in C, it would do this. Okay, makes sense. Instead of 00255, let me pull out the color picker, right? Let's see. let's pull out like like a matte black. Like that. Isn't that beautiful? 26, 26, 26. Let's put that, baby. Oh my God, Emacs Magic. I'm so peak. Okay. So that should have been the background color. And actually, let's, I don't think I want to define that as a background color. Let's make a global variable like that. And this can be can this be const expert? I think because it's a struct, can can like C structs be const expert like that? Const expert struct. Okay. What's the thing about that though? Simple aggregate or at least must define okay. And if I'm not goofy, okay, and if I'm not goofy, hey, Elot's really doing the heavy lifting here. So type def struct color. Yeah, this is just unsigned chars RGBA. So it can most definitely just be a background color. I want to see if I'm still recording. Indeed, I am still recording. Okay, that looks nice. And if you see me leaning over, that's because my mic's here. And I want you all to hear me. Color though, const expert in C++ 17 was by default const, and then it got removed, so it's not really const anymore. So const expert is not const by default now. It can be. I'm pretty sure it's implementation. I think it's implementation defined, but yeah. So let's see that. So and what is happening? What is happening? I think if I just what am I doing? Yeah, I think I'm yeah, okay. So we have background color, and then we have over here, I think my bad. Okay, I'm back again. Let's see if I can why are these bars so weird? Hello, hello? Okay. I think I just have to talk louder. So const expert const color, background color. Let's just name this. What was the naming convention? C++ guidelines, constants. Is naming separate? Oh, naming and layout. Whoops. Yeah, I forgot about K and R. You're student C++ that preserves vertical space while distinguishing different. I'll just steal the idea. This is a recommendation for when you have no constraints or better ideas. Can you also just go? Yeah. Okay. This rule was added after many requests for guidance. Struct cable int X. So structs are like this, and methods are on a new line. Everything else is basically there. So okay, classes and structs are the same line, but the per function is okay. Capitalize the name of user-defined types to library types. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, for structs. Now for this though, Do not capitalize function names if you want enforcement using names that are easily understood. Of course, that's kind of goofy. Oh, if okay, if we have two at the same time, if don't place two statements on the same line, can I keep this? Yo, where is naming? Where's naming? Where's use all caps from macro names only? Prefer underscore style names. Often you don't have a choice. Okay. But how do you name constants? How do you name constants? Kudos. If the coding conventions are otherwise, you should not because you'd be confusing later. That's crazy. Um, Read letters for my constants when writing. I do not care much for that. They are constant. If I try writing them, the crowd will let me know. Um, okay, I guess. Well, so background color and draw color. So if it becomes a problem later on, I'll just see or I'll change it. And so this will be background color. This will be draw color. Eagle's kind of doing it for me. Okay, because I didn't change it either. I'm thinking of adding hot reloading later as well. I think that would really help the development here. But anyways, so draw color right now. Draw color, I think if I just made it gray white. Am I making a copy of this struct? I am. What is the std move on on a struct? Std move on a struct. Um, I could alias it too. Like, but the thing is, it's not even a variable that I can like. Okay, technically, this isn't even like a thing. It's not even a thing. Like, it's not even a variable. So it would kind of make. I think I'll just copy the values. I don't care enough to make it exactly gray white. I feel like it's better to like. Okay, I like this. I like this. Now we're in dark mode by default. That's how it should be. So my general idea right now is thinking that I want to enable drawing. I want to enable drawing. So let's enable drawing. I would need mouse input. Let's see, mouse input. Why am I even here? Okay. Mouse, mouse button. Get mouse ray, get screen to world ray. Okay, here it is. Get mouse X. Okay. Is mouse button pressed? Has been pressed once. Check if a mouse button is being pressed. So I think that's important. Um, let's already start doing render function on its own and update function on its own, right? All of this is part of the render, and so let's do that. Obviously, you need to update before drawing the next frame. I mean, you don't really need to, but okay. And let's see what's up. I'll even okay. I think I'll just put them up. Clear background, draw a rectangle. Now, instead of drawing a rectangle, so how do I want to do this? So let's say if mouse is put down, I want to eventually I want to make this vector, but let's start with a raster drawing. Right? Let's start with raster drawing. Oof. So this could be a struct since it's very simple. In fact, since we're using C++23, I can use compile time vectors. Uh, let's try and do that. So std vector of just points, right? So I don't think it should be const expr. It should be a const though. Um, yeah, these really need to be in like I don't like singletons that hard, but maybe I just need to draw a have a constants namespace, constants namespace, constants namespace. Yeah, I'm just checking the audio again. But yeah, const std vector. Uh, so if I just stored the positions of my, what would you call it? Let me just call it path for now. What would be a better name for it? And I don't think we need to zero initialize this right now. We can set a default capacity, I think. Where's SPD vector? Um, where are the examples? Can't we do like capacity? Or do we need to do that after? So I'm sorry, which means that most elements can be accessed through non-leaders or else using this way we're going to like all the others can result in Joel the model algorithm everything astronomy. The allocation of the Gaussian reserve function can be used to eliminate reallocations if the number of elements is the complexity efficiency. So I think reserve maybe. I think this needs to be part of game state. So are we already moving through separate files? Let's do it. Game.cpp and game.edge. So I like, do I want to do pragma once? Um, let's do pragma once. Game.cpp. I think I'll just do, yeah, so this needs to be a class. It's not even a game, is it? Whoops. Let me just rename this to state.cpp and state.edge. And state.edge is saying that I need to make a app state like that. Uh, of Enforcement Impossible, my map. This seems so weird, but okay. So they said this is okay, and this should be on a new line. Okay. And let's just have it be part of state.h. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay, so there's a public and there's a private. So the only difference that's going to happen is there needs to be a public struct, publicly accessible struct, or even const enum that is just keeping. No, I feel like it should be struct, and this should be named consts, right? Um, what's happening over here? Okay, something's wrong here. What's wrong? Oh, fix available. Let's see if EGOT can fix this. Okay. I don't want to include raylib.h twice. And so I feel like yeah, raylib has header guards, obviously. Yeah, if not defined raylib.h. So I think I can be happy about doing this. That just for colors. It doesn't really like that. Let me revert the buffer. Okay. It's not happy with const. Const is not permitted on a declaration of a type. Facts. But can we access this or not? Uh, so let's put app state like that. And pass app into both of that. And they need to create app state reference app. This can be const reference, or is it? I feel like we do need to update. Okay, render shouldn't update the state, but update should. What's happening over here? What's happening here? In included file, use of undeclared identifier std. Okay. Let's see. You got whoops. You got code actions include vector. You happy now? And vector should actually be of, I want to say std pair. It should actually be a pair of two ints. And air, let's see, is just a struct of two type depths, the first member and the second member. Uh, yeah, it's literally first type, second type. That's it. The only other thing is we can swap and do all of this, but and let's see the Raylib's rectangle struct. Yeah, this is too much. This is an X and Y in width and height. I feel like that's unnecessary. So let's see. I'm not gonna worry too much about performance right now. Like we have empath, and now let's see. So let's see if I can do app dot. Let's see if I can do app dot. Can I do app dot? Whoa, app yo, please. Oh, cannot refer to type member constant with dot. Why not? It's an alias. Do I need to do this? No. Like, does it need to be named something else? What's happening? Singleton C++ constants within public class. Come on. Constants in C++ public class. Let's see what the errors actually is. Okay, static const expr makes sense, but this can also be like, it doesn't necessarily need to be const, it can just be the config, you know? Just the configuration. Config. Why can't we do this? Okay, let's see if the what the compiler says, right? Um, see what the compiler says. Uh, so it says invalid use of struct app state config clear background. I feel like it's possible. It's just not letting me do that right now. Why is static not permitted on declaration? Because there's a type struct config. And I'm doing static on each of these. But this says non-const static must be initialized out of line. But this can be static const. Now what? In class initializer for static data member of type const color requires const expert specifier. In class initializer. What? Let's do that. Wait. App.config dot background color. Okay, here it is. Const expert needed for in-class initialization of static data member of non-integral type. Okay, I think I see. But why does it need to be const expert? Because, right? Why? It's a very good question. Honestly, my best bet is that, let's see if the live's running. It is running. Oh, why does static const color BG color need to be const expert? Why? And when you're initializing here, says it, let's see why it says that, right? The only thing, because we're not having constructor, this is like the static const. Why? Yes. That's because you're initializing it inside the class definition. That's only allowed for constant integral enumeration type always, and for const expert data members since C++11. Normally, you'd initialize it where you define it outside the class like this. So you do static application app, and then you initialize it. Note that you need to provide the out-of-class definition even in the const expert case, but it must not contain an initializer then. Still, I believe the second case is what you actually want. So basically, I need a const expert static const all this. This is what I want. And so if I do const, I can't really change it though. Is const expert by default const as well? But yeah. So why doesn't it say that? I think it should warn us, no? Okay, it doesn't. And if I do that, I'll see if I can change it. What's the problem here now? And I can't define it static either. So it's almost like I need this, and then I'm just going to default initialize it like this. Um, like this almost. Non-const static data member must be initialized out of line. And then if I'm doing this, then that's that. So I don't need to make this constant. And this can be something like that. And so app.config.background color now works. And app.config.background color, sorry, draw color now should also work. Whoops, const expr, and I need to do static. So let's see if I do only const expr, non-static data member cannot be const expr. Why? Because it's a compile time constant. Why though? So my best logic right now is that non-static data member cannot be const expr. Because if this is a compile time constant, why does this also need to be static? And static says two things. It is that the lifetime is within the unit we're in, which is the file we're in, translation unit, generally. Translation unit. And then the other thing is that this can be accessed. This will be a constant, basically. This will be a variable that retains its. Sorry, that's. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, that's lifetime is during the translation unit. So it will basically be there forever. And its scope is within the struct. So why does this need to be static? And what exactly it says non-static data member. So why do non-static data members need to be const expert? Sorry. Why do oh whoops. My bad if I do everybody's ears. But const expert non-static data members needs to be static. An attempt to create a member of a struct with const expert attribute without being static result in a compiler. Yeah. I don't know the official rationale, but surely it could lead to confusion. I, for one, can't see what it means for a non-static data member to be const expert. Are you able to do the following? Like, so we're living in a hypothetical where we don't need static for const expert in data members. So const expert int n is equal to 10. Const expert foo is just a function. Const expert foo overloaded, override with a value. Okay. Oh, sorry, this is a constructor. So I'm pretty sure this is called default constructor. This is the default constructor, yeah. And the other is single. This should be explicit, but and then a member initialization of n to be rewrite. Okay, that's crazy, right? Which value should it be? Because this is an overwrite. So this first sets to 10, and then this is overwrite. Overwritten. Or it doesn't mean the initializer must be constant always. You are not allowed to write the above because n is not a constant. The rule that const expert int n is simply ill-formed rather than being implicitly static seems good to me, as its semantics would not be clear in my opinion. I think it's just a design choice, I guess. That doesn't really satisfy me, does it? Basically, if it's a compile time constant, it shouldn't really change. And so that's why we kind of need it to be static, right? Now, the only difference is, what if we just did this, right? The only problem with this is we can't really change the configuration, and I wouldn't want that. So, and each app can have its own config, so it doesn't really need to be that either. And now I think we're good. Okay, nice. What else? Now we're finding an update. Okay, so this is gonna be nice. This is gonna be really nice. For a second, I thought I was on cam only. I just need to check my live. Yep, I'm good. Is everything excellent? Everything's excellent. This stream thing is kind of goofy, no? Like they have so many sidebars. There's alerts, analytics, community content. There's too much stuff. Anyways, now we're in the update. So all we need to do is when our mouse is down and we're drawing, quote unquote, we need to add these small rectangles, which we're going to be is the size of the brush for now. And it's going to keep adding this to this vector. I know this is not performant at all, but I just want to get something on screen first before I start optimizing. So let's see. So app, and we need getters and setters for this. I know the creator of Zig does not like that at all, but apparently stuff like that is drama in the programming world. So we need a getter and setter. So get path. Doesn't egot have like, if I do that, okay? Guess not. It's just manual labor. Just a getter and setter. And just like that, bro. Oh my god, I'm using auto. I'm like so I'm beautiful. Set path. New path. Now I don't really want to just set the path. Instead, I want to be able to draw a pixel. So let's just see. Fine, whatever. Let me just draw here and only take in the next uh stud pair. I think stud pair is too much. Let me just grab 2 inch. And do you think this should be size T? I think that depends on the window size. So it doesn't really, but let's see. Yeah. It can't really be negative. I feel like size C is fine because they're unsigned at the end of the day. And oh yeah, I want this to be an infinite canvas. So this definitely needs to be. Yeah, we're not even gonna start thinking about that. So size T, and then let's just say pushing back. I think in place back is better because I don't want to create copies. I think people would. Why is it tweaking? No matching member function called in place. Oh, because I didn't really create it yet. Okay. That's why. No? Well, how am I this rusty? This is in place and then the in place that in C++. Let's see. Let's see. Whoops. Passes the arguments directly to the object constructed in the container's memory. Yep. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. I wonder why. And this is also not const. I don't know why I named it const. Okay, that's why. Okay. Sure, bro. Whatever you say. We're okay. If mouse down. So if is mouse button down. I don't want to do pressed. Is mouse button down. And the int button is left. Mouse left. Yeah, left. Mouse button left. Then and only then will I take app.raw and I'm going to mouse get mouse on laylib.h. Where'd go? Get mouse input related functions. Is key pressed? Okay. Is mouse button down? Is mouse button released? Is mouse button up? Get mouse X, get mouse Y. Okay. Get mouse X and get mouse Y. Now, since this is from the same library, Raylib, I think it's get mouse position as a vector too. Do I want to use STD pairs or do I want to use what they're using? Since they since they have non-vectors of each, I feel like that wouldn't matter that hard. That we're well, my green screen. Okay, nobody really cares. Uh, what's new? So app.draw, get mouse X, get mouse Y. I think that should work. What else? Now we need to basically, instead of drawing the stupid rectangle, we need to go for uh whatever. I'm just gonna call it pixel right now. For auto pixel in app dot. Why can I not? I'm also doing this in a header file. That's kind of bad, but I think it's fine for now. I have a get path. So what's the problem? It's in public. We're getting the path. What's the problem? I think I'm gonna do this and let's see what happens. What is going on? And so basically we're gonna do this. Boom. And in part of our config, we can do const x per static and let's call it pixel size, right? Uh, Pixel width. What would you call like your brush placing pixels on the screen? I'm just gonna call it pixel right now. Pixel width. Uh, 2. And we need pixel height. HEIGHT. Height should also be 2. No, yeah, because it needs to be size t. Why is this not indented properly? Whatever. And now we can draw a rectangle with app.config.pixel width, app.config.pixel height. And instead of position, oh wait, does the X and Y come first? Why can't I go there? Draw a rectangle, position X, position Y. Yeah. So this needs to be pixel, pixel dot first, pixel dot second, and then whatever goes on. Yep, this seems nice. The only issue is why is this not working? So let's see. Passing const app state as this argument discards qualifier. Passing const app state as this argument discards qualifiers. What? Am I actually tweaking? This argument a member function get path has type const app state. Does it though? Is auto like, let's see the error. Um Stood vector pair long unsigned in, long unsigned it. So it is that. None of it's constant. I wonder what's constant. Okay. Yeah, I am tweaking. I'm taking it by const, so what's the issue? But function, okay, but function is not marked const. Okay, obviously. Const just means we're not modifying this, and so it doesn't really know if getpath's modifying this or not unless we state that. And now, okay. So we need to static cast to an int and static cast to an int and second. And I feel like each of these can be on its own line. Please stop. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. Let's see. Yo, it's kind of working though. Heike, look at that. Our drawing application. Um, let's see. I don't think it's lagging at all. I think I would need a FPS counter. Let me see if I'm copying anything. I don't. Okay. Let me take this as a const. Let's see what it should be. It's a stood pair. Yeah. So const auto. The only thing is, why is it kind of offset from my that if I make this full screen, okay, now it's not offset. Okay, now it's not offset either. Okay, it happily keeps drawing stuff for me. Now the only thing is make this a vector. Do I want to add this complication right now? What do I want to do? I mean, something's happening, right? Um, let's add everything except for the a dot out. So let's remove a dot out. Let's add everything. And let's go into get ignore and anything dot out. Get add dot get ignore. And if I make okay, it still doesn't like the get ignore. Let me commit as a first message and be like, well, git commit with a message initial commit. At least we're drawing. And yep, that's it. Let's see if get status. Why is it still asking me? Get ignore syntax. Okay, a blank line matches no files that can serve as for readability, an optional prefix, which negates the pattern. Failing spaces are ignored unless they're quoted backslash. Use directory separators may appear at the beginning, middle, or end. Start at the beginning or middle, then the pattern is relevant to the directory particular to the get ignore itself. If there's a separator, if an asterisk matches anything except a slash, character matches any character except that. So why, right? Why get ignore out files? Yes, that's what I'm doing. There was something that matched it in any directory. Two consecutive matches as full path name have special meaning. All directories. Yeah. So any dot out. I feel like oh wait, it worked. Huh. So this is also working now? Okay, bro. It was just oh no, what did I do? What did I do? What do I do? State.h. Okay. We're here. Get add dot get ignore. Get commit with a message. Update dot get ignore. Ignore out files. Okay. Let me just make and okay. You see that? There's like a it's not really relative to my mouse right now. I don't know what that problem is. Okay, so first. Let's make this 10 by 10. Yeah. Second, let's make this vertical. How do I make this vertical? I'm telling you, you gotta wait for me. Yes, yeah. What am I gonna do? I completely blanked out. Okay, I was trying to draw a dot circle. Center X, center Y, and radius. So let's go to state.h and let's say brush. So brush size is actually 5. It's 5 pixels, but that's the radius and it's a diameter. So um, and so here we can move on say brush size and draw a circle. Isn't that beautiful? I think that's pretty beautiful. And let's see. Oh, yeah. Now the only thing is, if I go really fast, it would just not draw it. And that's bad, right? You kind of need to connect those. And so what I'm thinking is we keep going in order. We keep going in order of our pairs. And when mouse is released, we need to make a stroke, right? At least the start for our vector. So right now we're just making each singular point a point in the vector. So, and this is just up to the render to draw it like that. So what's gonna happen is instead of drawing, really, it should be add to stroke. So let's okay, now do I want this to be add to last stroke and then we need to have like each stroke should be individually selectable? I eventually want that, and so that's why I think we need to have like identifiers for each one of them. Right now, those can be indices, and I think that's fine. So size B index, which stroke are we talking about? And we can call this path. We can call it strokes too. We're getting very sus here. Sussy baka. Add to stroke. And basically it's more of what do you call that vector vector art? Okay. What is what is that? How can I forget this? A vector path is made up of blank. Come on, AI. It's called anchor points? Anchor points? Really? Come on, bro. It's really called anchor points? It's really called anchor points. Workplace safety. Oh yeah, of course. This is what I was talking about. Like, if Google already tracks me, it knows that I'm trying to search of something, and then I corrected my sentence right after it. It knows that I'm in one single session and I'm probably searching about the same thing. No, it has to show me this. Anyways, what are anchor points in Illustrator? Who's reading this, bro? It is anchor points, so interesting. I'm going to call it anchors, right? So so there's gonna be strokes, right? So this is what's gonna happen. There's gonna be strokes, and each stroke is going to be made up of anchors. That's basically it. So it's going to be a vector of strokes. So let me do using because I feel like it can be helpful. Using strokes. So a stroke is a stud vector of type this. This is a stroke. This is indeed a stroke. What? Okay. Thank you, Kilring. And using. Okay, so this is a stroke. It's a thing of anchor points. Using anchor. So that's an anchor. And a stroke is made up of anchor. And so I think that's good enough. What can usings? Oh, actually, I thought there couldn't be using inside of using. And so all we need to do here is just do stroke. And this can be strokes. Or this can actually be the board. This can just be the board, the drawing board, or the canvas. Canvas is kind of I think strokes is fine. So what's gonna happen is we can't really in place back that. And so here we're adding to a stroke, right? So let's do two now. First is create stroke, right? Please don't create strokes IRL. You are not going to live. That was a bad joke. I apologize. Size X, Y. Okay, create stroke. Isn't that interesting though? Because if you're creating a stroke, you would ideally want the point of the first anchor. So first, first anchor X, first anchor Y. Um, do I want to pass STD pairs everywhere? Is the real question. Do I want to, for example, say, oh, you know, and that looks a lot cleaner. That looks very clean. I would actually just do that. And instead, and basically I want to take that obviously as a const anchor pointer. And I just want to do the first anchor, right? Okay, I'm not in placing back, I'm pushing back that. No matching member function for call to pushback. Because strokes takes okay. This is still like yeah. So that's in place back. Is that gonna work? If I do that, is it gonna work? It's not really gonna work. I think if I do this, it's gonna work. Come on, bro. How is it still not working? because we're trying to push back our an array of first anchor, and we're just creating an SPV vector of our first anchor, and we're pushing that back. Isn't that creating it and then doing it full times? That's why I wonder why in place back is not letting me do that. Huh. Each stroke is a vector of an anchor. So let's say I'm going to create my own stroke, and it's going to be on the first anchor, and it should be. I don't want to have to put this on the heap. And so, yes, here's my move semantics knowledge, uh, basically being displayed. I can't really do much, can I? If we move this, right? So we're having stroke, just like that, and now we have an entire stroke, right? In place back, if I just did this, okay. Basically, in place back, since it already takes an R value, we can just provide the stroke R value. I don't know why it's being like that, but and return M strokes, get strokes, you have a failing return type, get get stroke, and we're just gonna pass it in just like that. We're just gonna pass it in just like that. Is that too much? Like return M strokes index just like that. We're not bound checking this. I think we should at least bound check this. Do we want to deal with exceptions? So I feel like we can get a stud optional. Um, this should honestly just simply be the stroke. And so STD optional. Let's just quickly look that up in the C++ ref. Optional, 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 optional. Common use for optional to return the value of function that may fail, such as STD2 optional handles expensive to construct objects well and is more readable as the intent. Well, basically, any instance of optional at any given point in time either contains a value or does not contain a value. If an optional contains a value, the value is guaranteed to be nested within the optional object. It's not a pointer. Yeah, because it's made up of a union, right? It's made up of a union. So we get the value as value or else. Okay, it's null opt t. Okay. Good optional stroke. And so if index is less than m strokes dot size, then we can return that, right? And obviously, else, or just like return what null op t. What's the difference between that and that? Standard null opt tag to disengage optional objects. I think this is how you do it. I mean, see example. Okay, optional can be used as a return type of factory that may fail. Okay, null opt can be used to create any empty stud option. But if we're doing this is automatically being converted. Yeah, so if I do auto, and if I do basically stud optional row, will it return the right thing? Yeah, it's kind of not really the best. This is good though. Okay, now we can get our specific stroke, add our index. We can create strokes by mstrokes dot. I kind of hate this though. I hate this quite a lot. Why is in place back? Okay, so now we've created the stroke with our first anchor. Then we need to add to our stroke. We need to add the stroke, and this is interesting because what stroke? So we're gonna get the index. Then we're going to take a const anchor reference, and then we're going to take our anchor. So add the stroke, m strokes. I think I need to add a de-esser to this microphone but maybe this is good enough. Anyways, m strokes dot in place back. And now it's not really going to in place back. We're going to find this instead optional stroke this. Um, can I do that? Uh, M strokes. So let's see, stud optional void. So let's see. What is the case for exceptions? So let's see if Learn CVP has something on that. Well, did I just disconnect from the internet? Think I think it's okay. Anyways, in the previous lesson, the need for exceptions, we talked about how let me just check again. Yep, everything's fine. Okay. In the previous lesson on the need for exceptions, we talked about how using the return clause cause your control flow interval. Brother, do they address the allegations? Do they address the exception allegations? Come on, allegations. Come on, bro. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I guess not. So let's just see. Why do, especially game devs, so why do people deem exceptions bad? I remember reading a Hacker News, what do you call it, post about this, but I forgot. So why do people deem exceptions bad in C++? Well, not really in C++, but let's see. Let's have some more context. Heavy performance penalties is kind of trash. I know that that's not really true. And increased binary sizes, sure, bro. Binary size, right? We all care about binary sizes in 2026 when we have Electron. Okay, this is kind of goofy. They introduce unpredictable control flow. Well, because you entered something stupid, right? No? Okay, while modern implementations utilize zero-cost exception tables, yeah, I'm gonna stop reading AI, bro. As exception have been bad. Should we just read Reddit? Yo, imagine opening Reddit. Why are exceptions avoided? Um, what if the Reddit bot answers this? Design misuse, overhated. I think the Cherno has a very, oh no, well, okay, everything's being leaked here. The Cherno, let's see if I can get it right. Okay, fine. The Cherno exceptions. Let's see that. This is not the Cherno. Code beauty. This guy is more of a beauty. But ooh, I don't know how loud that is.
Don't wait for greatness.
Oh, it's probably echoing through. Let me turn off my own. Whoops. Let me turn off.
I mean,
How do I mute it for myself? So let me turn off my speaker.
Said before and probably never will again. In fact, I might break my rule and say standard instead of STD today. So C++ 23 has
I think I need to bring in headphones.
finally introduced something that I think is
Wait, this is improved hair handling. Oh my God. I just need to understand why acceptance of excuse. I guess we're not doing this. Let's just ignore. Okay. No one see. I think just having an empty one. Okay. I think let me just use exceptions. I think using optional and exceptions in the same code base is, but it doesn't matter. So let me just say that. Don't try catch like this. Roll std. Okay, so let me see all the exceptions then. I've been completely traumatized by exceptions in Java. I had to learn all of them for a test. The is it invalid argument? I think there's invalid argument. Oh, so a logical error, invalid argument. Okay, domain error, out of range. I think out of range is fine. Access elements out of range. I feel like STD out of range is fine. Do we like regex? Regex error. How do I just write in here? Out of range. Start pointer, yeah, sure. So stroke. Okay, do I need to use STD format for this? Code action. I'm getting STD, please. STD format. It's C++ reference.com and says C under C++. Please. Should I use an assertion instead? What's better practice? Assertion versus exception in C++. C plus equals. I know they're different. My rule of thumb exceptions are used for runtime error conditions. The memory can get a data section. Coding errors just doesn't accept nulls. The developer has one anyway. Exceptions on the public methods because it makes sense to. Assertions are used to catch your mistakes, not theirs. I think it's fine, even though it's not public. I think exception. Why can't I? Why didn't it show me this earlier? Hello? Okay, all of this in C++ 20. I thought it was in C++ 23. Beautiful, beautiful. Stroke boom does not exist. Let me add a smiley face. Why not? What about a dirt face? That was shown index. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I need to hash include format. So everything obviously contains. I just feel really. This just feels really sus, including so many. At the end of the day, there's state.h. I should finally move all of this stuff into state.cpp. No, please, yo, please. V format. Since C++ 26. Okay. What is since C++ 26? All of this is since C++ 26. What is V format? What is V format? I think it's been how many hours has it been? Wait, I gotta check. Does it tell me on stream? Unstable, it says. Ooh. Stream bitrate is too high. But seeing my own stream seems Anyways, I've been streaming for 1.5. Seems a lot more. Versatile. The first syntax technical application runtime. Okay, so this needs to be V format. I don't even understand what I'm doing wrong. What's even going on? Stood. No, just get it. Format two, format. How do I? I think I'm being goofy. Let's go back to basics. Let's see how they're using it. Oh, okay. Index can be less than zero because I have a size T. Wait, exception. Use curly braces. So could it be that I just need to be using curly braces? I don't understand why stood format's not working. Is it because Clang is being moved? Is it saying something? Hey, so I feel like it's fine. It's just okay. It was just Clang all along. Okay. And stroke. Am I speaking loud enough? I think I've gotten tired, so I'm not speaking loud enough. Anyway, and strokes. And to that stroke, we're gonna add an anchor. M strokes at index. We're going to get wow, so many. Should I use at? Which one was better? Should vector at versus should vector at? Let's see. Now these index and those are exception on stability. Should I do? So should I just do this? And so instead of a stood optional stroke, or can be deleted, you know? So maybe that is better. Could be deleted because we don't need to check the stroke every time. We just have it stood optional to get the stroke. Uh, There was another one, like there was std variant. Std option. It's possible that the function cannot return a value. We still pass a pointer to an object that may or may not exist. The object does not exist, but if you want to pass a pointer, use a pointer instead. The definition of pointer must always be null pointer for something. If you're thinking of reference, you should probably be using a pointer instead because a pointer is already an optional. Okay, so this guy's just a pointer. And the code base with a lot of C, generally it's padded by. I guess that optional doesn't even make sense. So what if I do like C? Right? I return a bool. I don't like that at all. I think I'm thinking too hard. Let's just get this out. Because we have a still optional. What's irking me is using optional at the same time. Yet actual sum types providing more and more monstrosity. It's expected. By the way, I'll take. This is very important. Templates are two values expecting expected never value this. No. Yeah, I think this in this case it's fine right now because you're turning into the optional stroke, but I don't really need to return anything right now, so I can do still optional true, but bool here. Hey, and it could be that basically could be that if I'm deleting a stroke, that it's not necessarily the index there. So it kind of moves on from this, right? Right now using anchor is just this, but later basically an ID in front of it. And the ID should be a class. It cannot be a struct because can we don't want to yeah want to be able to just change the stroke like that. So std vector anchor first and second. Do we even need pairs if we have anchors already? And so I think there's something to be said about std pair instead of like renaming them. So STD, find best practices throughout this thing. Member names and everything. Individual code. I think just having just the public information. That's what I think here. Stroke is a bit more because now this maintains a bit of something. You can definitely get this ID and just return MID. We can never set an ID, and this should basically it should be based off of a static. Let's just go. It needs to be static, not const either. It's just ID getter. So it's not even a number. But yes, it's an index, and it's gonna start at 0. The member initialization MID DM index does now become a non-static data member. Nobody's asking you to become a static data member. Yeah. Oh, whoops. This says MID contact form must be initialized. It's not okay, static. What now? Does not name a non-static data member or base class. Oh, yeah, why is this static? Okay. What's M index about? That's just can't even like do that. Non-const static data member must be initialized out of line. What is the issue? Off question why? This is fine, but this is not. In short, prefixing a data member with static fundamentally changes meaning. When static, the member variable is part of the class, and each instance will run a separate story from the static. Only has a scope of class and global storage. Respectively, initialization has different meanings too. For data members, provide the default initialization is effectively used. The initialization would be dangerous in the middle of the rule for the time. As usual, declare a static number variable in the header. I'm going to define it. I'm going to define it in the CVP file. So we just do that, and then we would do this. Since C++ 17, a new alternative is available in okay. So in my static and static. It is that there's no .cv file needed for this, as it is a classification. It should be requires zero arguments, but one was provided. Okay, I feel like this is part of the grading stroke here. Okay, so there's a stroke of the first. Okay, empty stroke. We can also create an explicit with columns and the pointer. And that would be m, something like that. It's explicit right now because we don't want to this implicitly convert to a stroke. Okay, and so this won't work. This will. Yay. Nice. I guess that's pretty nice. The index is static, and it will just keep increasing. It's an internal index. Eventually, we're going to replace this with UIDs, but then we have the internal which is an ID. Okay, nice. Okay, so now we're creating a stroke. And strokes are in place by X stroke for static. Then we're going to add to the stroke if index is less than m strokes dot size. I don't even think that's there. There should be basically it needs to go there. So we need to get this stroke, basically add an anchor to it. So let's see. Apologize for the. So we can add an anchor, and this will take a column. Just return the function. Um, no, I can't in place. Huh. So in place back will also work. So, accept arguments by reference. Copy C++ reference. That's not my point. If you use place back, yes. You already have an existing object, you need to check safety against accidental explicit conversion. And, yeah. I've thought about this question for quite a bit. Over the past years, I've come to conclude that most explanations miss the full picture. Last year, I gave a okay, presentation. I started talking about this, but there's useful information. Okay, there's differences between implicit versus explicit constructors, which are the base. This is the case where you have a single argument I want to pass to pushback and placeback. Right? After your optimizer compiler gets its hands on this, there's no difference between these two statements in terms of generated code. Conventional wisdom is that pushback will construct a temporary object, which will then get moved into V, whereas a placeback will forward the construct back in place. Is that makes a mistaken assumption that the optimizing compiler job is to generate the code you wrote. The optimizing compiler job is actually to generate the code if you were an expert on platform specific optimizations and did not care about maintainability, just performance. The actual difference between these two statements is that they're more powerful in place back type of constructor out there, whereas the more cautious pushback will call only constructors that are implicit to the AI was right. Implicit constructors are supposed to be safe. If you can implicitly construct U from T, you're saying that U can hold information in T with no lock. The same pretty much any situation back in T. If you make it a U instead, I mean, the constructor is the conversion from this back. And the programmer don't want to use features because the more powerful the feature, the easier to start and use from the constructor. If you want to call only implicit constructors, stick with the pushback. So do you need people because placeback can call explicit constructors. Passing a non-owning pointer compiler is not allocated by new because it is just a stack object with these two undefined behavior. This is not just invented code, this is your production point. So basically all it's saying is placeback is not that safe and it will just call any constructor, meanwhile pushback will make sure it's implicit. So let's see the case where this actually mattered. The unique pointer is an explicit constructor from T pointer because in placeback can it call explicit constructors. That's kind of crazy that it can just call explicit constructors. Passing a non-owning pointer compiles just fine. Passing a non-owning pointer, however, when V goes out of scope, the destructor will attempt to call delete on that pointer, which was not allocated by new because it was just a stack object. That is crazy. That's wild. Even though it's unique pointer type T. Okay. And pushback fails to compile this. Why? Because it's not really a unique pointer, is it? Mm, interesting. I still feel like in place back's fine. So in place back, we give our anchor. It will add that to our stroke. I feel like that's fine. So we're going to get, whoops, let me move this. Let me see if the live's still running. It is in fact running, but it's unstable. Annoying. So we're gonna add finally this anchor to our stroke, even though this is an infinite canvas drawing app. Yeah, right now I'm not gonna think about that. I really gotta move to the CPP file as well. Anyways, so let's add this to the stroke. So stroke dot, uh, what did I say? Add anchor. Okay. Add anchor, please. Hello. Yo. This argument to member function add anchor as type constant. Okay, whoops. Uh, add anchor, and it's just an anchor. Pass in as const reference. The naming is a bit off. This one's add to stroke, and that's we can make add anchor to stroke. Whatever. And now add anchor to stroke, and let's create a stroke in place. By using the member initialization list, too few arguments function call. Okay, so basically we're gonna definition of so basically okay. So when we release, we want to stop creating that stroke. Now the only so we can have so there's two things. We can either have a current stroke in our app class, or we can create a temporary stroke in our update and then push it. But that wouldn't be I think that doesn't even make sense because at the end of the day you want to change something that's in the app and while I'm drawing the stroke it should be able to render it as well. So there needs to be a current stroke as well. So let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go there. Current stroke. This is public info. I don't think it should be. M current stroke, and this should be a stroke. This should also be. Should this be just the ID? Or should this be a const export function that would give the stroke at that ID? I feel like this should just be an ID. So stroke ID, and this could be size T. Yeah, I feel like this is pretty light. And so this would be add anchor to stroke, and then this would just be add anchor. I think add anchor, it would just automatically assume the current stroke. And add anchor to the M current. Whoops. Oh, I didn't even check. I'm so cooked. If stroke dot get ID is equal to let me just do this. Stroke ID. I don't need curly braces in this if, and only then we're going to basically, and then as soon as we're when we're adding the anchor to the current stroke, we just want to check if this could just be a reference to that stroke. Like when we're doing the create stroke, this should just set the current stroke to like a reference. I think that's fine since a reference just a yeah. Unfortunately, this is never initialized, and that's a problem. I do not want it to be a pointer. Okay, I think I can make it a pointer. Stood. Should I make it a unique pointer? But this should be on the heap. Forcing it on the heap. Because otherwise, for every anchor, instead of just having that, we're finding it every single time. Yeah, like that at all. So stood, but it shouldn't be a unique pointer either. As soon as this goes out of scope, okay. So we had what was it? All smart pointer summaries. Okay, so stood unique pointer was the exclusive ownership one. No other pointer can manage the same resource, so we don't want that. Shared pointer, it uses the reference count to track how many pointers are pointing to the resource. Okay, so let's see. Initializing reference late in C++. Because you can also be able to change, yeah, basically it doesn't make sense to make it a reference because I should be able to add uh change the stroke of a previous, yeah, change a previous stroke and make that my current stroke that I'm drawing to now. So it doesn't really make sense. So shared pointer, I think that's fine. So shared pointer, stroke, and yeah. But look at that. This should be pointing to a null pointer at the start. So M current stroke ID. I haven't even app state. M current stroke ID null pointer. Well, why are we asking for a stroke ID? Isn't that kind of goofy? We're asking for a stroke ID instead of just passing in the stroke. If we needed to find a stroke, we can find it. But yeah. Well, why is this not syntax highlighting? Okay, we don't do that. Okay, because it's being overshadowed. Uh, whoops, what did I do? We don't even need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. But at that point, we can just add the anchor to the stroke, no? So that doesn't even make sense. What am I doing? Okay, create stroke. Yeah, this makes sense. We're creating the stroke, and then we also want to current stroke ID. Uh, okay, but this is not a stroke ID anymore. This is just current stroke. So current stroke should now point to the stroke we just in place backed. Does in place back return something? No. In place back and return. It does return reference to the newly created element. Returns a reference and Oh. Oh yeah, I remembered. Okay, yeah. Before C++ 17, it didn't actually return anything, so we couldn't just do this. Yeah, I can definitely not do that either. Okay, you can't really. Okay. Dot reset swap. So do I have to make every time I'm doing this, I'm gonna have to make a new shared pointer? Change what smart pointer is pointing to and takes ownership of a new raw pointer. Okay, something like that. Nope, no. I wonder why. Oh, it even says that. Okay, I'm kind of goofy. So if it's greater than 2011, okay, whatever. If it's greater than 2014, it return no. If it's else void. What's wrong? If in place back, what is going on? What is going on? So let's see. Auto. Okay, so this is a stroke. Okay. What now? What's happening? Oh, is this the issue? It's not even non-static data member. Did you mean okay? What up now? I guess because this is just returning a copy. HTTP store reference. No matching member function for call to reset. No matching member function for call to reset. Takes in a YP, and that's a unique assignable unique pointer. So we have to, I think, std make unique every time. Make shared. Make unique. Uh, does make unique count raw pointers as well? Like, and it's I don't think it does. Yeah, it does not take an existing raw pointer in order to detect. But it puts everything on the heap. I think I would want it on the heap, like stick vector points to that. Because ID is an internal thing, no? Uh, well, in that sense, then unique pointer is the best then. So make unique stroke. Boom. Right? So make unique takes are in place back and actually makes a unique out of that. And so, well, this is not it. Auto and M, now it's going to point to S. So new stroke. Same in that. The only annoying thing is we're not doing this in line, and so I think we should just do it in line here. What up? Just reassigning, so reassigning unique the old stroke. Or do I just want a weak pointer? I think I just want a normal pointer, no? Because think about that. I don't actually. No, this is. I need none of this. Weak pointer. To an object managed by shared pointer. Does not increment the reference count or prevent the object from being destroyed. With a statically allocated array, and you want to use a pointer to iterate. So there's still nothing wrong with this. You're supposed to see what their cases are. You're extending a legacy code base. You're using without exports. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You want to use exploit pointers to provide multiple levels of indirection. Weak pointers. And what is not recommended nowadays is playing with raw pointers to your own dynamically allocated memory. There's the advice to avoid new without smart pointers, and the corollary is that you shouldn't need delete. Okay, but storing a reference to object in std vector with smart pointers? Yes. Within another object, okay. There's no reason to use raw pointers. They may sound simple, but you'll end up causing a problem since you have circular reference to the same information. Storing a reference to one object in a vector of another object. I have two classes, one to represent a connected client, another to represent the info hash. I can't decide what the best way to implement this would be, but my idea in my mind was to have a vector of all info hashes the tracker is aware of, and a vector of all connected clients within each info hash, however, I need to store another vector reference. No, it's not my issue. Storing a reference to object. So let's just do you must I return reference to an object that is inside of a vector of smart pointers. I feel like simply so when I have std vector stroke, what's happening? It's simply assigning a bunch of strokes contiguously in memory. It doesn't even have a vtable, so I don't know much about vtables either, so I don't know. It has the constructor, MID, mindex++. So it stores that. Then it has MID. Then it has M anchors, which is also a vector of anchors, which is just another struct. We can get its ID, and we can add anchors. You just think about it. How long has it been? 2.5 hours only. Wait, is the live even running? The live is indeed running. Still unstable. If M current stroke ID. Okay. What we want to do right now is figure out if we can just. Yeah, this is fine. We just have a unique pointer to a stroke. What ends up happening though is it going to try and deallocate that? It's going to try and deallocate what's already inside this. And I don't want it to deallocate anything. And the entire point of a unique pointer is to do that. This is so annoying. And I don't want to store an ID because if I just had a reference to that. So let's just start with a raw pointer and see what can go wrong. What could possibly go wrong? Possibly go wrong though. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, what's the problem now? Assigning to stroke pointer from an incompatible type value type, aka stroke. Take the address again. If M current stroke ID. Okay, so we create a stroke and then we assign our current stroke to that. Then we add an anchor for stroke in strokes if okay, no. So we just add it to the current stroke. So M current stroke, we're going to dereference that. That's going to get us our value. And so actually M current stroke dot add anchor. Boom. Normal pointers fixed everything. I feel like this is gonna backfire, but my app is not crazy either. I'm not creating systems in totals. Okay, what if we add an anchor to the null pointer? And so there's an exception to this. If M strokes dot okay, so if M current stroke is not existent, right? If we don't have the current stroke, so if it's a null pointer, then we first want to create a stroke. So create a stroke instead with our anchor, right? That's what we want to do instead. And then basically we want to turn. But if that's not the case, then we can just add an anchor to the current stroke. Beautiful, beautiful code. Beautiful code. Yeah. And so every time we can just create a stroke. So else if is mouse button released, mouse button left. And if it's released, then basically, actually, if it's pressed, is mouse button pressed? Is mouse button pressed? Let's see, what does that exactly do? Check if a mouse button has been pressed once. Check if a mouse button is being pressed, has been released once. Check if a mouse button is not being pressed. So if when is mouse button up, we basically need to is mouse button up. We need to signal that we have stopped drawing the stroke. What's the problem here? Non-constant expression cannot be narrowed from type into size t. Oh, now these are working. Okay, we're not doing that. Uh, so we're adding an anchor. We're static casting this. Should we just set the current stroke to a null pointer? Yeah, because that changes what current stroke means. It's not the current selected stroke. It's more of just like, is it a single stroke or not? So yeah, I think we most definitely should just create stroke. We set it. Add anchor. We're already setting it. Stop stroke. I like this. Const stroke. Okay, why do you keep consting this? Stop stroke takes in nothing, and we can just set this to a null pointer. Boom. So app.stop stroke. That's gonna stop the stroke. And then we're gonna try and add an anchor again. But since that doesn't exist, we're going to create this stroke, and I'm a genius. I'm actually a genius. Okay. Moment of truth does work. Okay, what's up? 34.2. Okay. Const class AppShape is no member get path. Am I still doing that? Chat, chat, chat. Am I still doing that? Chat, chat, chat. Oh, whoops. Chat. Const auto pixel. Okay, so now we need to go through each stroke and then through each anchor and then draw that. So stroke in app dot get strokes. We're going to, and this is going to be const auto reference and yeah, stroke const reference. And then for inside that, we're going to be const auto pointer, sorry, reference to anchor inside of each stroke, stroke dot, please. Do I not have a get anchors? I don't even have a get anchors. Yo, I'm trying to print chat. Ugh, fine, whatever. Void. Not even void. Should I just return it's that because mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Return value elision, right? Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, the problem with that is current stroke then needs to return the anchor, and I just want consistency, so this is not happening. Okay, we're gonna do auto reference const get anchors. Return m anchors. And I don't know why I thought of reference here. IP reference. And all of these are fonts. Isn't that beautiful? I think that's beautiful. Should it return a const though? Yep, it should return const. And so now stroke dot get anchors. Yay! Um, it was also const. Okay. So now there must be some drawing lines, right? Let's see. Draw line. But it needs draw line sequence using GL lines. Should it be this? Draw circle lines. No. Draw ring. Draw rectangles. Draw poly. Ooh. Draw a regular polygon. Vector version. Draw polygon outline of n sides with extend parameters. No. Draw spline. Okay, we have splines. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Let's do spline linear. Minimum 2 points. Unfortunately, this takes vector of points. That's so annoying. This is why I should have done it on my own. Is there any better ones? There is draw line. Just take a start X position and then end. Basically, we can do that, right? We get the first one and the next one. We can do that through what do you call them? C++ 17 destructuring iterators or some shit. Structured binding, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. But I think we have to override it. But that's not even it. So we get our current anchor and then anchor plus one. A or B, should we just draw spline point linear? Oh, wait. Spline segment point evaluation functions. What is this? Spline points. I think this is pretty good, no? Because at the end of the day, we do want splines. Okay, let's just see if we can get this to work first. So anchor.x, anchor.y. Okay. 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 And so now we need to know if these are different strokes. And so to easily know that, it's very simple. We just need to keep changing the color. So instead of this, we're going to forgot. I think we need to, but we don't really need to create these empty thing. I think high key just we don't even need to set the random. Yeah. I think that's fine. So instead of app.config drawing color, let's do color um, modulo 255, and I don't think we need the plus ones. All right. We good? We good? We good or not? Oh my God, EGOT collection. Please. Why? Can I revert the buffer, create EGOT again? Oh, oops. I had zero hope in that. Okay. What did I just do? Okay, let's see if this works. Oh, because 1, 2, 3, and then 255. Yo. Anybody has epilepsy, sorry I killed you. That is not what we want. That is not what we want. Instead, if I would need to create, okay, fine, whatever. Uh, where is it? We need to have a stroke color and stroke color. That needs to be color. Uh, M color will do. E color, get color, return M color, and add anchors. And so basically, this will be defaulted to on M. Uh, this monstrosity, and I don't even care. I don't even care if you cry. So hold me in my arms, take me to die. You from the dead. Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead. Push me to the edge. Okay, bro. App um stroke dot get color. Nice. I feel like that's nice. Yeah, I feel like that's nice. What just happened? Okay. I feel like that's nice. Yes. Yes, let's go. Yo. Isn't that Pete? I think that's beautiful. How many people are watching? The one other person. Thank you for appreciating me. Yo, this gotta be peak. This deserves its own commit. That was a lot of talking and nearly 3 hours to just do the most simplest task ever. But the point of the series is to basically learn C++ in depth, dive into every little thing. That's the point of this project. So yeah, I could have. So that's why I didn't even do it in OpenGL because that would just be boilerplate. It would just get in the way right now. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Let me just git status that. Git add. And let's commit it with a message called. What should we call this message? Stroke my dingaling. Okay. Let's go. Gang. It's time for splines, no? Okay, but before that, I need to move this into its own. Yeah. Let's move these main comments. I need to move this into its own CVP file. I'm pretty sure it's just pretty simple. We need to basically move all of this into the CVP file. It's like that. Okay, we don't need this, we don't need this, we don't need this. And what we do need though is state.h. That's what we need. And we don't even need optional. Really? Yeah. Oh no, we did. Why are you still using optional? Okay, whatever. Or config redefinition. Okay. Let's close this one. Memory. I don't think that's required. Format is also not required. State accept is also not required. Right? We didn't throw any exceptions. Why don't we throw any exception? Because there was no out of bounds thing. Okay. Oh, do we need? Why does state accept have that? That's such a random library to get C standard lib. Whoa. C standard lib. Yay. This is goofy, but I'll keep it, I guess. Why can't this just format itself properly? Okay, I guess it behaves now. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Let's make sure we get the indenting right on the other one as well. Stroke. Boom. Nice. The only thing left is now we need to make this a header file. So split header file. Let's see what we're doing. Whenever you need to obey the one definition rule, you have to separate declarations from definitions, since you will need to include the declarations many times in multiple translation units, but we must only provide one single definition. Facts and static terms answers are always systematically in any case for every logical unit of code. And the source file is one that okay, bro, but that's kind of obvious, no? Like everybody knows that. If you're one class, there's so many vastly different things that you need to separate the implementations of different files, just they probably have design file that you need to address. Yeah, the class should probably split into different files. Yeah, sure. I think learn CVP is fine for this. Why does this happen? Okay. What are these ads? Header file, header file, header file. We need a header files. Header files. The ads are crazy though. Is that Japanese? It's Chinese. Oh. Um, include. It's much easier to include IO stream. Uh, over other options. We have to hash include easy quotes, not angle brackets. Okay. Why is this so crazy? Add.cvp minus cvp. Okay. Brother. Basically, we just need to declare the class, right? I'm just that's why I declare a class in C++. How do I just declare the class? Class members, and we just declare the class members. Okay, so I feel like if we simply did this, no? Interesting. What if I just did this? Why not? What about this? That's fine? And but saying const after it is not fine? Oh, okay. Why is that not fine? I think because it's also the member initialization list, so uh dec declaring constructors in C++. And no return type, not even void. Brother. It doesn't make sense though, does it? Yo, why is this? Are the constructor signature inside the class definition without providing a function body? That's what I did. What about the member initialization list? Um, Declare default constructor. Okay, so yeah, the member initialization list can't exist there. Well, okay, whoops. Yep, that's there. That's there. And even that's there. But can we do auto? Auto like this? Auto in declaration of function? Isn't that kind of goofy? That must be like a C++ 17 thing. Oh yeah, full C++, full return type reduction in C++14, I think. If my automatically reduce the return type as int. You're not create a declaration in a header file and definition of source system because the compiler is yeah, exactly. Legal, ill-formed, legal and informed, ill-formed. Which hasn't yet has its return is not usable in a context where such is required. That means a below is not equivalent of an old school declaration that a function can be used without having a definition. Oh, so it can really run without return type is not known yet. So at the compilation phase, I don't think it can happen. It needs to go to the linker phase. Are you saying that a declaration with return type is auto is useless? No, far from the case where for declaration certainty is required. That must be known until a later time, such as inside a template. Oh, okay. Yeah, auto is mostly like a template thing. Doesn't really make sense to do all that. My throat's getting really dry. I need to drink water. But before that, I think getting anchors should be trivially doing that. Um, and boom. Can we even do this then? Or would that even be like this is still saying that's a redefinition of stroke. Uh I might be goofing up. Why can't I just see declaring class in header file C++? Yes. So the class declaration goes into the header file. It is important that you add the if and tef include guards. Okay. I also would make them. Those class members are variable. Sorry, are private. We have public this and get some in GX and GY. Okay, so you can't really do that. You have to do all this. So you can't really do this specifically. How do I initialize? Okay. I guess then none of this is required. And s- like stroke colon stroke. Yeah. Is explicit being goofy? Oh, really? S- okay. Explicit only in class definition. Yeah. It's like you're not supposed to write inline for the definition. If you already wrote it out for the declaration, you're not allowed to write explicit outside of class definition. Okay. Makes not that much sense. Why? Why is writing, it's saying inline explicit? Why is writing explicit only in class definition? Because primary objects and raw objects are created and converted to the parents, the compiler of C would be implicitly turning one data type into another. So basically, it doesn't really have anything to do with the function itself. It just has to do with the class, I feel like. You force the compiler. Yeah. Um, I'm asking something else. Why is writing explicit only required once in class declaration, in constructor declaration? The compiler needs to know the constructor is explicit at the point where it resolves type checking overall resolution. Ah, that happens when you use the class, which relies entirely on its interface declared inside the class definition. Oh my god. It's kind of dry, you know? This is dry as hell. How long has it been? Only 3 hours. 7 more to go. Okay, I'm probably not gonna stream for 7 more hours. I think I'll have to take a break in a bit and then come back to this. Maybe now. Okay, right. Let me just do this part. The compiler needs to know the constructor is explicit at the point where it resolves type checking and overload resolution. That happens when you use the class, which entirely relies on this interface declared inside the class definition. Once the controller is explicit in the header of the class, the extended rule for that constructor, the external implementation is just by the logic. Only in the base class, not the drive class, only written in the class declaration in the JavaScript definition. I still don't really understand why, but I guess I'll pass over that. I need more knowledge. Let's see. Stroke, bro. Stroke this, stroke that. But when are we stroking? Add anchor. When are we doing that? Hmm? Nobody told me about that. It defers. It does defer, doesn't it? Because I decided to do auto. That makes it happy. If I do this, it's not happy. If I do this, it's still not happy. What? Okay, maybe I didn't save it. Wait. Yeah. You guys have to write all this. Anyways, so we don't need to do this. I don't think so. Having inline already does this. Um, so technically we can do stroke M index initialize it at 0. Type specifies required for all declarations. Okay, yeah. Size T, nigga. I mean, whoops. I feel like having static fronts. Yeah, okay. So let's try this first. Let's actively print out the stroke indexes so we know. So let's do that. So stroke dot down. Yay. Okay, second with app state. With app state, don't provide the member initialization, not nor this. Auto gets strokes does not auto anymore. It is stood vector stroke. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Complete stroke, add anchor, stop stroke, stop the cap. Oh, this looks nice now. And then we got all the annoying things up here. Okay, app state. So that's app state. Okay. Why are I don't think we need to do that twice. It's declaring that it's not zero defining that, but at the end of the day, or is it? Bow, 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 bow. So let's see. Declaring variable, let's say declaring int in C++ declaration header file, but it's not even just that. In C++ declaring int in C++ class header file. Is it going to be initialized? I think we can just check the value of that as well. So um, auto get stroke stood vector of stroke. What up? Okay, yeah. App stage. Get stroke. Get stroked. Yeah, struct anchor doesn't need to be set again. Struct config doesn't need to be set again. But this does I think const expr static. Let's see. Const expr static struct in header file. Why? The inline keyword ensures that even if multiple source files include this header, only a single unified system structure exists in the file binary. I think that's important, right? But thing const expr inline. Okay, so it needs to be both. All of it. Struct anchor though, I don't can. Oh, merges multiple instances across translation units. Inline const expert. So the config here should be inline const expert here. Inline const expert. Const expert static inline. Why is this Blender? Implies const and const on global namespace scope implies static. Which means that every translation unit, including the setter file, gets its own copy of pi. They're going to be allocated if an address or reference is taken, and the address is going to be different in each unit. The implied static for const variables was specifically to use const instead of hash defined header files into the specified defined constants. Without static, there would be multiple symbol definitions. Without static, there would be multiple symbol definitions. Linker error if that header file is included in more than one translation unit or linked together. And symbol assembly also make it inline is that there's only ever a single copy of pi. Why is this not fitting in my head? I feel like it's just not sticking with me. Const expert implies const, okay. And const on global namespace scope implies static. Makes sense. Why though? Nobody knows, right? Why? Why? Const on a global namespace implies static. Why? Okay, because that implied static for const variables was introduced specifically to use const instead of hash defined header files is equals to define constants. Without static, there would be multiple symbol definitions, linker error if that header file is included in more than one translation unit, which were linked together. Okay. And so static is by default. So I just need to say const expert const. Okay, but it's not in. Okay, because it's not in global namespace. The implied static for const variables introduced specifically. Okay. So which means that every translation unit is going to have, okay, it makes sense. The amount for that static is only going to be allocated when address reference is taken and thereafter just going, okay, makes sense. In C++7, you can also make it inline. So that was one thing. In C++17, you can also make it inline. So there's only ever a single copy of pi if an address or reference to it is taken. That is not static, right? So it's going to be fully global. Inline variables were introduced in C++ to allow for header-only libraries with non-const. To allow for header-only libraries with non-const. Okay, you're not actually listening to me. It's non-const. No, I'm tweaking, right? Because inline variables were introduced in C++17 to allow for header-only libraries with non-const. Yo, what? I think I do need to take a break, bro. There's no way somebody's actually reading this with me. Somebody is. I think this is background noise to them, but with non-const variable definitions in the header file. Okay, wait. With non-const variable definitions. With non-const variable. No. To allow for header. Inline variables were introduced in C++. Yeah, I think I'm code, bro. I think I'll need to take a break. Right after I understand the sentence. To allow for header-only libraries with non-const variable definitions in the header files. With okay. The variable definitions in the header files are non-const. Why? In other words, you should use context preferred constants in header files because that automatically on static data members implies inline. So it just implies inline. So I don't even need to say this. It implies inline. Same with this, right? It implies inline. I just need to do context for static. Our static data members, so inline is unnecessary there. So what is the main point? Inline variables were introduced in C++70 to allow for header-only libraries with non-constant variable definitions in the header files, right? Because you're not defining them elsewhere, and you're just defining them there. And it shouldn't be const. Let's let the AI save me. Before this change, it's quoting the C++ standard. For this change, C++ heavily restricted how one words. Okay. In C++, the one definition states that an entity can only have one definition across the entire compiled program. So if you put a regular variable definition inside a header file like this, every time a .cpp file includes that, it creates a completely new definition. Two or more CPP files include that header, the compiler compiles it fine, but the linker throws a duplicate symbol error. Okay. How developers had to fake it to get around this. They would have to resort to messy workaround with the extern split. You couldn't be header only. You had to declare it as extern int and the header, and then force users to compile a separate. Okay, so it wasn't possible. The fake class tag, you could wrap the variable inside a template. Ooh, templated class or static inline member function because templates and inline functions have special rules. The linker allowed them. That's crazy. That's really interesting. And that's C++ 17. That's pretty late. Header only workaround. Yeah, this is wild. So, okay. Okay. But I think I read about this. I was getting so confused. It was about yo, can everybody hear me? Uh okay. Yeah, my green screen fell. I think I'm not gonna be opening my camera. Let me see if I can open it for yeah, this looks too ugly. Well, now I'm exposed. Let's see screen only. See the screen only for now. Alma Wade 11. What's good? Yo, I've basically I streamed like a few months ago. Uh, um, are you here for games or coding? I'm here for coding. Are my tags wrong? Like, yeah, it is programming. So I was trying to create an infinite canvas, like where you can infinitely zoom in and zoom out, and it should be very performant. We have Excalidraw. The problem with that is, oh, here it is. Damn, this is very old. Okay. The problem, and this is infinite, so you can go all the way over here, you can go here, you can go here. The problem is performance starts to break down heavy. I think that's because it's completely made in JavaScript and it's not really optimized. I don't think they optimized it with WebAssembly. So if you open it on your phone, it's just gonna suck. There is built-in syncing, you kind of have to pay for it. I use SyncThing to do this, and basically I've been studying learning methods in cognitive science, and so you kind of the actual best way to learn something is through mind maps, but it's very specific. I initially got introduced to this concept by Justin Song. Basically, I sucked at studies until I basically saw this guy. Until I saw this guy, and basically started using his techniques, and then I improved on it. It's been a year, and so I wanted to create my own version of that. I also wanted to revise C++ since it's been so long, and so that was kind of my idea over here. It's in a very rough state right now. I just started it. Wait, what did I do? Let's see. Where is it? Let me just make sure I can compile this just so that where is it? Oh, I need to go to make file main.cpp and state.cpp. Let me just show you the program. Oh wait, I think dot it. Okay. Okay. So right now I've created basically different strokes, and I was thinking of making it vectorized. So let me make sure I can see chat as well. So it counts each stroke until I release my mouse, and then it draws a new stroke in a random color. Eventually, there'll be tools for this. Then I can scroll and move around. I'll make it more performant. I'll make it cross-platform. So yeah, that's the basic plan. And what are you up to? How did you find my stream? I've basically not uploaded anything to YouTube or anything. So how did you find my stream? And so basically, let's see, what is this? Our context per static data member config must have initializer. Okay. So even here in my state.h, all I need to do is I need to do this. I think that should be it. Yep. Oh, why is it doing that? Oh, it's drawing 0, 1, 2, 3, the number of each stroke every time. Okay, nice. So probably the next uh, task is going to be to make this smooth. Right now, it's very blobby if I move fast. I want to make sure it connects all these lines and then treats it like it's a vector program. So that's not that complicated. All we have to do, we need to go to the main.cpp draw. Instead of drawing a circle, we want to draw a spline. It needs a vector2. Let's make sure we have egot on that. It needs a list of x and y points, and let's see. Let's spline point linear, vector points in point count, and then thick and color. Let's try this. I don't really know what it's supposed to do because it has its mathematical alternatives, Bezier quadratic. I'm not trying to create the pen tool in its entirety, but let's see. So I feel like it should just do the entire stroke at once. It doesn't need these anchors. We don't need to print this out. So this takes vector2 star of points. How do I convert this into a vector? I think we can just reinterpret cast. I think static cast would work as well because it's literally the same thing. Wait, so if I just give the raw pointer, I think it should just work. So stroke dot get anchors dot see data. How is it? Data. That returns a pointer, yeah. Oh, okay. Does it work? Let's see. Let's put in the entire thing first. It needs a point count, a thickness, and color. So stroke dot get anchors dot count dot size, sorry, and how, whoops, and it needs the thickness and the colors. So thickness, let's make it app.config.brush size, and color can be app.config.draw color. Let's hope this works. Okay. So I think it's unable to convert, yeah, what it again said, a const anchor pointer. The annoying thing is, anchor itself is size t, x, and y. And what is that? What is a vector 2? It's a float x and y. Okay. Hmm. I can either create a function for that or reinterpret it as a float. Yeah, I think I would just need to create something here instead. So instead of std vector anchor, this needs to return a vector 2 pointer. Get anchors as vec2. Get anchors vec2. This can be constant, and this needs to go here, and let's find where we're getting the anchors right here, and all we need to do is just return. Okay, now we basically need to, is there a way to bulk transform this? Do I need to use ranges? Don't know, right? Maybe I just need to make a std array, or maybe std vector is fine. I just need to convert each of those anchors to a float. Yeah. Yeah, so this is going to be very costly. I think I'd need to implement my own spline. That's very annoying. But for now, let's do this. So anchors is equal to basically std array of vector 2. What's the problem? Okay, it needs the amount. M anchors. Yeah, I was asking are you here for games or coding. So yeah, okay, I don't know you were gone. Basically, I'm here for coding, and I wanted to create an infinite canvas. It's something that I needed for learning methods, which is studying cognitive science. So I need to create these special type of mind maps with pictures on them and complete like classification. So this is supposed to be the perfect representation of your brain in cognitive science. And so I have basically improved my learning a lot, just by let me open up. So this is me studying for a test, and you can see how this is not performant at all. It's so slow. That's because each one of these is like selectable on a vector. You can resize them and rotate them. And unfortunately, there's two problems. You can't scroll past 3000%. And you only have three stroke width. You can't zoom past 10%. But it is infinite in the sense of X and Y. And so I want to code like let's go to C++. You know what? My uni, I'm not coding, so I start again. That would be so cool. It's not me for real. Yeah, I was thinking of, since I've been doing it for a year, I've learned basically studied Japanese for a year with in this way too. It's kind of different, but Yeah, basically I hated mind maps because I thought it was just like a useless technique until it's very different, but it needs a lot of practice. So I guess it's not really a cheat code, but I'm about to upload this on YouTube to be like, this is the only cheat code to life, right? The one cheat code you get. So, to like memorize exact formulas and to like, see the exact ratios of everything, to compute everything. Here's me. This is this is Hamming code, right? So you see, Hamming code. It's been too long to revise this, but basically, how does it actually calculate it? How does it decode it? What are the two chances? How does it exactly do it? You know? So basically, this shows you the link between every information and every other information. And it turns out you can actually see what's wrong and what's not. So can I get this mind map? Like, can you send it to me? Sure. Um, how would I do that? Can you upload in chat or something? Uh, Honestly, but the entire point is that you probably can never understand what I've written here because it's like it doesn't make any sense to anybody else. It's not supposed to like what is this? Right? Like simple, low money, but it has a lot of defining characteristics behind it. Why did I choose a rock and not like this? Why is it Goldilocks 2G? Because and in the right point in history when frequency, uh, what even is it? Yeah, so there's amplitude shift keying and frequency shift keying. So why was this chosen? Why was 2G chosen? Why was radio frequency identification made here with amplitude? You know? So it doesn't really make sense for somebody else to like see this and understand it. Like it's gonna start. Yeah, I showed you that example. Even here, the normal. Like what does normal mean here? So why is it normal, not other? Madam, I've matched the colors. So where you can show me exactly. That's my question to you. So, but the entire point is, okay, I can't really do that. But I will be making more lives about this. Um, yeah, I know, right? So the entire point is that I'll be making a series about this on YouTube. I'm thinking about it. If you show interest on actually being there, then I'll probably do it. If at least one person can have some help from that, then basically completely changed the way I study. Yeah, how you learn. Oh, how I learned this? So basically, I was like, you could say bottom of the barrel in studies. I was stressed. I couldn't do much, and I wanted just like cognitive way to overcome the emotional barriers, and I just wanted like to study well for this for like my tests. And I didn't know how to, so I dug around. I kept digging. I knew about memory palaces and stuff, but it didn't really help. And then I finally found basically this one YouTuber who Justin Sung. You can watch a bit of his stuff, but the thing is, he hides half of it, and I had to watch like his entire channel. He hides a lot of it, and he's not. I wanted to use it for language learning as well. He didn't really explain that well, and it actually was his entire theories on language learning are kind of bad. Oh, and how you learn C++. For C++, it was kind of from YouTube or any books. Honestly, the best resource, and I think this is critically acclaimed, everybody likes this, it's learncpp.com. It takes some time, but if you just go through this entire thing, you'll be pretty good in C++ too. You'll be very nice. The thing is, I read through this like 4 times, but unfortunately, I didn't use any learning methods, so I kept forgetting it. And so this time I was thinking of finally using these learning methods to learn the stuff. But I was like, who would want to watch that on live? Yeah, noted. Who would I want? Let me just paste the link in as well. Who would want to watch that live? And so I don't know who's interested in me like learning and then also mapping it like that. Yeah, I don't know. Would that be interesting? I might live that. And so what I thought instead was people just might want to see me code, and so thanks, dude. Will help me a lot. Yeah, sure, bro. Whatever. Whatever you need. And yeah, basically, yeah. I used to use the internet a lot just for stuff like learning Blender for my games. Since I was, yeah, I was coding since I was like 7, so the I just used to see any online resource I could get my hands on, and I just kept learning from that. So I was obsessed over systems programming and like making game engines and stuff. But yes, I'm revisiting that dream right now. I've, so I'll probably just be streaming as long as I can. There will be a month gap in like a few days, but yeah, just thinking about it. Have you ever watched it? Yeah, yeah. That honestly, the Cherno is pretty peak for like even revision, and he is a game engine developer. He quit Unity to make this Hazel, and that's crazy. Yeah, that's kind of sus though. Anyways, this guy's peak. You can see just from the red bars. I've probably seen most of these. It just isn't showing all of them. Yeah. This guy is amazing. Hey there, Mally Hooks. How are you? Yep, he is. Can I get your Insta if I want anything to ask? You know what? Can I direct message you? How can I do that? See if I can direct message you something. Uh, where is it? Oh, but it doesn't show the chat here. It says my live's unstable. Is it too laggy? Sure. How are so many people showing up right now? I've been streaming for like 4 hours and then yesterday as well. Nobody came. This is very interesting. Did something just happen? Did streams end? What just happened? It's 1 a.m., I guess. Yeah, I don't think I can send you directly. It's no lagging. Yay, let's go. Oh, maybe I can do Whisper. Maybe if I show chat here. You have blocked whispers from strangers by sending a whisper. You allow them to whisper. What? Please don't share passwords or personal information. Guys, am I gonna get blocked? Honestly, yeah. Okay, I wanna make sure that I don't leak this. Wait, let me what can I do? Wait, but I just remembered I deactivated my in social media. Deactivated my social media because I've not been using it. I wanted to focus on just live streaming and stuff. Honestly, you can come in any time. I'll probably be streaming like 12 hours straight each day. So anytime you come here, I'll probably be here. Wait, did I accidentally switch? Okay. And Melly Hooks, how do you find me? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. What else? Honestly, I was thinking of a just chatting stream. The only real streamers that I have watched in the past were like Jinxie and Stable Ronaldo and stuff. And so they were or Dantes, and all of them are like super over the top. I mean, I like that energy for 12 hours straight. That's tough. Yeah. Oh, I'm not online that much. I have work and studies to keep up with. Sure. Yeah. So whenever you need, you can just find this. keep note of that. I think my Discord's not updated. I'm using Void Linux. I don't know key there. Okay. And temp file. Uh, Dingling. Wait, I already have a folder called Dingling. Um, kind chatter. No. Uh, okay. I'll be sure to. Oh no, I closed everything. I'll be sure to whisper to you. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is my stuff? Yo, does this count as leaking all my files? Dev. Where was I? What did I call it? Yeah. But anyways, so all we need to do here is just convert this accent yeah, size t's to float. Wait, what if I just make this a float? It, because it needs to be a float, right? Because think about it. I mean, if I have an infinite size canvas and an infinite zoom, hmm, yeah, I think that doesn't really make sense for me to float that. So let me just do this right now. State.cpp. And so I'm reallocating an array m anchors.size anchors, and then what do I do then? What if I just went into Raylib, right? What if I just went into Raylib and copied the code and made it work with like, you know, made it work. Uh, Raylib.h. Let me find it. Where okay, I'm on the wrong thing. GitHub Raylib source. Raylib.h. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Anybody find raylib.c? Is it RC? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, what is this? Where's my main thing? Can't be ICO. Maybe I just need to search it up. Raymath.h. Oh, rcore.c. But let me just search up Spline. Wait, I think I have the source code. I think I have the source code in source. Where is it? Raylib. Yeah. Let me just rgrep and let me grep Spline. Anything.c. Yeah. Okay, let's see. If and def spline segment. What was the exact function? I can copy that. Grep draw spline linear and anything.c in here. And there's a single one, rshapes.c. I love rgrep so fast. Okay. If support spline miters. Meters? What is that? Meters.
Motors.
Whoops, very loud. Most commonly referred to angled cuts or joints. Oh, wait, yeah, yeah, yeah. So why are there cuts here? Isn't that kind of crazy? Previous length square root float. I think it really requires the floats. Let me see if I just make it a float for 2 seconds. So let me go into main.state.cpp and I comment this out and I go to state.h and I comment this out and I go for 2 seconds and I make this instead of size key, I make this float for just a second, for just a teeny tiny second. And what happened is I go to main.cpp And what happens? What happens? Stroke dot get anchors data. Now does this work? Still does not. So if I just C style cast it, right? C style. So if I static cast it, it's not C style cast it, but static cast it to a vector 2 pointer. Const anchor pointer, which are not related by inheritance, is not allowed. Okay. Well, you know what? Screw you. Okay, I want to reinterpret cast it. Now stop. Oh, okay. I can do this. Wait, can I do was that dynamic cast? I don't think that's gonna work, but yep. Okay. Casts away qualifiers. Oh, it's const as well. So let me make sure it's not const. And let me make sure this is not const either. What now? Okay, but this returns a const. Okay. Honestly, reinterpret cast, whatever, bro. I just want to see if it works. What? That's crazy, no? So I need to first const cast this away, anchor, pointer, and then I want to basically make it vector 2 pointer. So what if I just do that? Yeah, of course, C allows me. Oh yeah, it's not gonna allow that. Let me go to my make file, and for now, okay, isn't that interesting? What? It's drawing like X's, though. Oh, okay, but even if I move quickly, yo, look at that. Isn't that kind of goofy? Yo, that's so weird. That's kind of weird, no? Draw spline linear. Maybe I need to, okay, B spline. Maybe you need to be basis, right? Nothing changes? Yeah, nothing changes. Okay, it kind of works. There's still like weird cuts. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Bezier quadratic. Do that. Yeah, still has that weird issue. I think this doesn't have to do with splines. Oh, nah. Like there's something off. Something off. Also, where'd my random colors go? Why why are my random colors not showing? What's happening? Oh, because I did this. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. I mean, this isn't even bad. Wait, what happened there? Oh, if I go off screen, it's kind of wow. That's one issue. The other issue is the yeah, I'm having too much fun. The other issue is I also flipped the width and height. That's why it's vertical. You know what's happening? Let's see the FPS drop. Because check collision is kind of crazy. Lost blind. Why though? Linear minimum 2 points. B-spline minimum 4 points. Catmull ROM. Maybe this is it. This draws the entire stroke, right? Wait, this is it. This is it, no? This is it. Yeah. Yo, honestly, this one's peak. I like this one. This can be used as a valid brush tool. Let's make the brush size smaller. Instead of 10, let's make it like 40. Let's see how that works out. So it does still. Why did it break apart like that? Why? It's not happening again. I also need anti-aliasing, I think. Look at that. What is that? I think instead of splines, I just need to draw normal lines. That's the basic issue. And this is the best one, but I feel like it's not it. We just need to draw a lot of lines. Draw polylines? No. Draw a ring, draw rectangle lines. Draw triangle, draw extra. Why can't I just draw a line between 2 points? Why is that so hard? Oh, draw line sequence using GL lines. This needs a vector 2 points. Let's try that. And then we can also draw lines. Yeah, this needs, what does this need? Let's check. This needs vector 2 star points, point count, and color. Points, point count, and color. Okay. So these are the points, point count, and the color. So it doesn't really need much sound. Alright. Yeah, so that's perfect. But why can't we make it thick? Okay, this has thickness. Draw line segment Bayesian curve. Yeah. No? Start pause, end pause, thickness, and color. You draw a line using triangles and quads. This one's interesting. The only annoying part is it needs a vector 2 start pause and vector 2 end pause. So yeah. Okay, so this one's good. Yeah, good. Good. And basically instead of vector 2 start pause, all we need to do is anchor dot anchor as a vector 2 and end position. So we need 2 anchors at a time. Let's see if I can do that. Anchor and anchor 2. Can we do that? Oh, okay, this is destructuring the struct. I don't really need that. That's not what I want to do. That is not indeed what I want to do. I could overload the the structuring binds. I feel like that's too much though. High key, it's too much. High key, I'm not even joking, it's too much. I'm still live, right? Am I still live? I'm still live. Okay. Yo, what? Like think about that. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot about it. Yeah, let me just. I'm gonna give up on this. Let me just do int. Sorry, auto I. Let me do it the correct way. Make a size t. Um, should I do it with iterators? So we need to have two separate iterators. That would be too much. So I think I is less than struct.getAnchors.size, and then I plus plus, and then that minus one, right? That minus one. And so j is equal to I plus one, right? And that's also size t. J is just is equal to I plus one. And I feel like I could context for that if I'm doing too much by a constant expression. Like think about that though. Whatever. J, and so start start anchor, uh start anchor is going to be get anchors dot at I, and honestly you can just directly fit this in. Boom, boom, at J. Just like that. Float thickness, I think stroke dot sorry, app dot config dot brush size. And the color is of course stroke dot get color. What's the problem? Const anchor to vector to from Steve Stylecast. Okay. So I think why is this indenting wrong? End anchor. So let's do that at J. Add plus one. I don't need to do that. And simply, I feel like if I just static cast that, can't it just be, guess I have to create a copy in place. What? No viable conversion from const value type const. Oh my god, bro, forget the const. Does get anchors really do that though? I don't want to have to like const cast it away. I think const cast anchor, something like that. No, const cast to anchor, which is not a reference. Uh, yeah, what does this exactly return? This returns an anchor copy. And I'm trying to const cast that away. What if I reinterpret cast that? Bro, please. Yo, what? Okay, the only thing I can think of right now is to manually create a vector2 with start anchor.x, start anchor.y, and here end anchor.x and anchor.y. See it work. Wow. What even is going on there? But why are the lines like this? So annoying. If I have from one point to another, so let me let me think up of drawing my own versions. So let's say I start from 10, go to 100, start from 10 and go to 100. Let's see how that works. Apparently it doesn't. Uh, bro, app.config.draw color. Where is it? It's not even here. Oh, because it starts at 10, 10 and reaches 100, 100. Okay. And then it goes from 100, 100 to 230, 80. Ah, you see that there? Do you see that? You see this part? That's what's happening. It just chooses this point, and it's not rounded. So the only thing is either like if we look at what Excalibur does. Okay, it's doing too much. Where's the simple brush? Oh yeah, because this is pressure each selected. Where can I disable pressure, 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 pressure. Okay, let's zoom in on this. And so what's actually happening? You see that? It's like it's waiting for each point, and kind of smoothing it out, but at the same time, like, what's happening there? Uh, what's happening there? How's it so smooth? It feels like it ends on a circle. So let me try doing that. Let's also draw a circle at the end. So after doing that, let's draw a circle around each one. So draw the circle at the start, at the vector start point. Oh, center X, center Y. So we do it at 10, 10. Then we do the radius being the app.config dot brush size and app.config dot draw color. And after that, we do this again, but for the end. And then after that, we do it at the same point, but do 30, 80. Okay, so I don't want to draw double circles. We can just draw it at the end of each. Okay, because its radius needs to be cut in half. Okay. I think we can get around that. So there needs to be a circle at the start of every stroke, at the end of every stroke. So right now we're just gonna draw this, right? Start anchor.x, start anchor.y, right? And what's up? Possible loss of precision. Nobody cares. Nobody asked. And so basically, you do this every time you start it, and then at the end, you just draw a circle for the last thing drawn. And you can get that by doing app.getStrokes dot at, or actually dot end -1. That's an iterator though. GetStrokes dot at app.getStrokes dot size -1. So now we have the last stroke, but that's not what we need. We need stroke dot get anchors how do I use the get C++ last get C++ last element with end iterator? Am I still recording? I'm still recording. To get the last element of a container, to get the last element of a container using its end iterator, you must decrement the iterator by one position before dereferencing. Okay. Is it good to do that though? Stood previous guarantors to starting end, but the problem with all these, the vector is empty. Otherwise, they'll all do the right thing in constant time. Though if the vector is empty, there's no last element anyway. Also, be careful when storing iterators; they can just get invalidated. Yeah, I feel like just dot at get anchors dot size -1. This is the last anchor. Right, so let's just name it last anchor. That's an anchor. And basically we're just referencing that. Binding reference of type anchor to value of type const value type. Drops const qualifier. Take the const. I don't know why it's on a new line. Object backing the pointer will be destroyed at the end of the full expression. What does that mean? So we get the anchors, add stroke.get anchors, last anchor, and basically if we used last anchor.x and last anchor.y, wouldn't it be easier to just do this at the start and then use the 0th ones? So draw the circle on the end of everyone, and then get the first anchor at the start of the stroke. We just do that. So first anchor. And I don't think I need to do that. Okay, let me still do it. So at 0, what's happening here? I don't get it. Why is this a dangling pointer? At the end of the full expression. Okay, so wait. We're getting the anchors. Is that returning a copy? It's returning a stood vector anchor, right? I use it at, and then is that pointer like still there? Isn't that kind of goofy? Let me just do auto reference, anchors, stroke dot get anchors. And then for stroke dot get anchors, we're gonna do anchors. This is fine now. So we're storing this anchor, and then here we're doing anchors, anchors. And hopefully, now that we're drawing it at the end, what happened here? Okay. We're drawing it at the end. We are also going to draw it at the start of the entire stroke. So at the end of each, are we drawing it at the end of each anchor? Oh, we're drawing a line and then we're doing that. And at the start, we're gonna do it at the first anchor. And so I feel like if we just took that and took that, yeah, and that should do it. Okay. Oh, we can even see it. We can even see it. That's kind of cool. It's all the crazy brush. But you see how it's drawing the lines and it's also drawing the circles in that size. I feel like that's peak. And so instead of this color, we're going to basically stroke dot get color. Stroke dot color even there. And I think we don't need all these fancy smashy Bezier curves. Those are too much. I think those are unnecessary. Okay, I'm still doing something wrong. Uh, okay, I think the color that's drawn at the start. Why does it sometimes just okay? I think we're drawing it at the same point, so here it is. Stroke dot get color. Okay, that should be it. So yeah, now it just seems blocky, but it should never seem like. And for me, honestly, seeming blocky is fine right now. So what's the latest commit? Okay, we also now we're doing this like in the worst way possible. Let's see if I've done any whoopsie daisies, and I have a lot of them. So let's see. Okay, first one is it's very not happy about making the size T. Indeed, I agree with that. Um, because here there should be size T's. What's happening? So start anchor.x conversion from size t to long unsigned to int. Okay, that's happening. Oh, we're here. So I need to static cast that. So vector 2 needs to be a float. Fortunately, the thing is, that returns copy, right? Provides access to the data contained in the vector, the index of the element for which data should be accessed, read only constant reference to data, or just say for data access the parameters first check that is in the range of the vector and functions or without range of fails. We're already checking and everything. And this is not a multi-thread application. There's no mutex locks or anything. I feel like I'll be completely fine if I just do this. Yeah. And now non-constant expression cannot be narrowed from size type T to float initializer list. So we're static casting each of that to a float. Let's do that. Boom. So converting each size T to a float just to draw line X because it requires a vector 2 to be in floats. It's kind of, yeah, it doesn't really make sense. Let's see, draw line X from within source, arraylib, and let's do that. Let's rip grep for, what is it called? Draw line X. Anything else? Okay. What does it exactly do? Draw line defining thickness, delta, and function X. Take the length, and the length is greater than 0 and thickness is greater than 0, then we scale thickness divided by 2 times length, then radius, then we do draw triangle strip. And let's uh, because it requires our vertex 2f's. Since it needs the points at to be floats. I guess makes more sense now of why this should all be floats. Let me just make all of them floats. I think it's worth going into right now. Float X and Y. Get ideas. Now, for the main.cpp, these static floats can go. These extra programs can go. Let's print an int. That's a float. Conversion from float to int may change value. Sure, bro. Wait, what? Anchors dot add zero. Okay, here. Dot add is needed here, I think, because there could be a chance that there's the size is zero. So draw circle anchors dot add zero dot add y app dot config. Oh, needs so this needs a center. Then floats. Let's see if I can float. Basically, we're acknowledging we need to make this into an int. Here. Okay. What now? All the draw circles. Okay. Okay. We can also make it stroke dependent. Like we can have all the anchors positions relative to the stroke, and then the stroke is what actually moves. Where you can select it, move it around. To automatically bring what I want into text as well. That would be kind of crazy. And now the performance of this is slashed. So the first what's happening is for constant of stroke, I think it's still anchors, still not the anchors. Pretty sure this is get strokes. This is just returning m strokes, and we're just returning that. We're putting this in a cost reference, and no copies are being made on anchors. And so we can actually go here, right? And let's add let's add it to state.cbp. Let's call stdc out and and MID mindex plus plus cdc out made, right? And so let's do stroke like that. Same with here. The only difference is this is going to be now we're also going to have all the other ones. So we have stroke, we have explicit stroke, we have stroke, stroke, Stroke. This is the copy constructor. Um, oh, but we have copy constructors with vectors, but we didn't manually allocate them, so I guess it's not our problem. That's just not my problem. That's just not my problem. And then we can get a move constructor, and then we can get a uh auto operator equals on stroke, something like that. Explicitly defaulted copy assignment operator must return stroke. I think there's a move one as well. What does that return? Yeah, must return stroke. Okay, interesting. So now that we have everything, we need to make sure each one of those insert equals default actually contains the out. And then we can just say go to the start and basically just copy that, paste it. For the bottom two, we can say copy assignment stroke move assignment stroke copy. So ideally, we'd want to see a lot of definition of explicitly defaulted. Yeah. What up now? Must be a binary operator. So that's what it has. What's up? What's the issue? He has one operator. And yeah, what happened at the end? The non-void function does not return. Return stroke, right? I think we can ignore these ones. The other ones, let's just see if I can try copy and move that. See if any of those are made. Okay, throwing instant out of range. I did absolutely nothing. So all I did was this. All I did was this, and everything broke. What? This works. Oh, because it didn't properly move it. Uh, See if I made everything default, does that change anything? Whoa. That's not crazy, no? Maybe I didn't save all files. Ooh. Oh, okay. That's a very cryptic error for that. Yep. How do I see how many copies it's making? Or pass inline. Because do I need to make a copy constructor for the vector? So we're doing for const auto. Let's see if it works right now. We're doing for const auto reference app.getStrokes. So actually not create any copies. We're returning m.strokes, turn value optimization, turn the vector, and we're just going through that. Stroke.get anchors here. We're getting the anchors and making a reference to that. And get anchors is already returning a const reference to the vector. And then saying anchors.at. This will get the anchors always. We haven't made any copies yet, I don't think so. Draw a circle, static cast int though. So let's see. Overhead of static cast. Really? What will hurt and stuff like that. Yeah, this one. Into a double change it to this one's the most hurtful, and that's what we're doing every single time, right? Because we need an int, and we're doing that every time. Anyway, stroke dot get color. Then we're having I. Then we loop through anchors dot size. Here, unfortunately, we keep copying it at I. That const anchor drops const qualifier. And so we get the const anchor reference because otherwise it only takes an L values. And so here we're giving R values as well. And we don't change the start anchors, we just directly finagle it into a vector2. Now this is annoying because it's literally the same thing as the start and end vector. And which is why I don't understand why we couldn't just start anchor to that. The only thing I can think of, and honestly, at that point, we can just do that. And now it works. Yeah, I like this. Now we don't even need this. We can just type input into that, do that, start to do that. Anchors at I, get that. Okay, then again to draw a circle, we need to go. Oh, I'm doing it wrong as well. I need to be making it every stroke, and then I need to do it at the end anchor. I plus one. I don't even know how that works. Something like that. Dot x dot y. And then we're converting that into an int every single time. And so let's, instead of stroke dot get color, these circles can be why is it drawing half circles though? Okay, it's drawing, oh, because it's drawing a line and then it draws it at the end. Then it draws a line, then it draws it at the end. Are we drawing, okay, we're drawing something at the start as well. So that's why everything seems to be working perfectly. And so nobody would know the difference, but this is beautiful. Okay. Now, do we want to be able to manipulate that? Do we want to be able to simplify the stroke? What do we want to do? What do we want to do? I feel like, what should we do? we can simplify the stroke as soon as we end drawing it. We should be able to like have a simplify operation running on it, even if it's a very long stroke, or we can have like optimizations for that as well. We need to have a to-do file. I think I can, let's make git thing. Let me create a new repo. Internet's really dying. Let me see my, yeah, it's very unstable. I don't like the name mmapper that hard because it's too technical. And, well, it isn't really supposed to be used for clients. So let's just say in performant, in infinite canvas, smart infinite canvas, smart, yeah, these are just an infinite canvas. Is it anything more than that? Learning methods. And methods through mind map. Who invented it first? There was a guy. Who was the guy? Who was the guy? Which guy did just install and use? I think this is fine. Choose visibility public, add readme off, add gig no, license no. Create repository. Git remote, add origin, git push u origin main, git branch m main. Rename git branch, branch m, move. So main, yep. And so git remote, git push u origin main. Think this should have it. Perfect. So instead of, okay, so smooth strokes now, smooth the strokes. Boom. So now we have smooth strokes. We have smooth strokes. Double stream made lurking today, but bring my friend by later. Add me to your Discord. And yo, thank you for the kind words. Sorry I didn't check chat earlier. Let me go there. So hemp, where is it? Where is it? Where was it? I think I named it. Where did I name it? Pine Chatter. It's all Discord. Why do I keep closing it every time? I rate 9/10 to yo, no way. That's double glaze. Double glaze. Yeah. Yo, what are these gifs? What is that gif? Um, I'm in the complete dark, and that's why I keep it up. Yo, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Um, I basically, yeah, I'm in the dark. That's why I don't have my webcam on, but I was like, can't stop the stream right now. So, yeah. It's interesting that this is also interesting to other people. I didn't really think that it would be something. I wanted to just get over my perfectionism, and so I decided to stream this because I clearly don't know how to code. It's taken me, it's took me around 4 hours just to do this. So let's see. Add me when you're done, bro. Yeah, sure. I'll be sure to. I've added you to my text file um, on Discord. How did you find me though? People are not telling me this. How are people finding me? Because like I'm just to the Twitch page, or do they click on the or to the shorts? How do they actually find me? Uh, yeah. Anyways, what could be next? So I don't know what feature to implement next. I think I could do selection and movement, like just by clicking on a stroke. If it's in the bounds of that, then it should just, you know. Or do I want to implement simplification first? Because right now, this is too many anchors. Let's just print out the number of anchors. So I want to do this once. Every time we get or create a stroke. So let's just do this. Boom, a new line here, a new line there. I don't want to flush anything because I don't like to flush usually. It's because it will just submit all of that, and we're doing this every frame, so it's going to be costly. Let's see the stroke. Let's do the total anchor points actually. Anchor count. Let's see. And anchors.size. Simply. Yeah, it's kind of goated, no? That is pretty goated. Add C out. Have included IO stream. How many times have I been to this stream? Okay. Look at that. Okay. 52,683. That was 683. Look at that. Full one simple circle, we have 961 anchor points. If I do it within that, it's 421. That's a huge amount of anchor points for something so small. So yeah, I heavily feel like I super duper feel like we need to simplify this first. I think that would be a cool exercise as well. Let's see, it's 2 a.m. right now. I can do 2 more hours. So let's see if I can implement simplification in 2 more hours. I think if I give myself a deadline, I'd be doing it sooner. So how would simplification work? So let me just use my brain instead of like thinking about it, right? So what's happening is if I just keep on holding it down here, the anchor count just keeps increasing. Look at that. You see? That that should not be the case. So it keeps creating an anchor point every single frame. Why don't we do it based on distance? Wouldn't that be fun if we did it based on distance? Like if we waited for a specific amount of time, or do we do it a specific amount of time later? Like let's sleep on it. Uh, but then that's gonna be handling a chrono, high resolution clock, pausing and then saving it. Instead, if we just do the change, because even still, it doesn't really solve the problem of me just holding it down. It will still keep making anchor points, even if I've held it down for a long time, right? We need to simplify this. So we have two things. We can either make adjustments to how when we actually add an anchor, or second, we can just add anchors just like however we want and then simplify right after the stroke. The problem with that though, or we can have an intermediate approach. The problem with that though is we can't really have this level of like, you see how it's auto smoothing almost? Look at that. It drags behind. It knows where it needs to go. Sorry, lagging by the way. That's kind of crazy, you know? So if I've held it down, it doesn't really create anything. Yeah. I wonder. I feel like we should still do it by distance. So is the anchor we're gonna place at least 10 pixels away? Otherwise, don't place it. And right when we're leaving, we're gonna place that last anchor point regardless, because that's the last anchor point. So just like that, we're gonna add the anchor point at the end anyways. And at the start, when we're mouse button left, holding the anchor down, we want to check if, and our app should be, there should be a way that the app can like, let me see if it stays, yeah. There should be a way that the app can like tell us how far the last anchor is. So maybe maybe that's up to the anchor to decide, right? That's the optimization that the app state should be able to make. It's not really something that should be going on, right? Because like think about it. If we've emplaced this anchor and this is the latest anchor, so right, we've emplaced this. Now we need to have something to do with is this anchor different from the parameter we passed in? So let's just ask that. Let's just ask this. Uh, Is anchor struct simple float x float y um parameter versus return from in place back different or same thing? Um, Newly created permanent object managed inside the vector's internal memory pool. Yeah. So what are they identity? Yo, this is kind of crazy. We haven't asked about. Yeah. It's lifetimes managed entirely by the caller. Yeah. So I feel like personally, I feel like adding the anchor should, yeah. So this should handle that. We don't do this anymore. And so in place back, so we're just gonna do the current uh latest anchor, right? And what's gonna happen is latest anchor, we are going to see there needs to okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to say m anchors dot wait, what does back do? Oh, oh, there's a back read write reference. Yeah, then I'm oh end minus oh look at that. Okay, that's what it just dereferences the end and subtracts one from it. So I guess I guess that's fine. Uh, this will be invalidated though as soon as we in place back, and so that's why I guess it's okay. Still, we're still now multi-threading, so it's fine. If the anchor we're trying to place, right? If the anchor we're trying to place, so we want to take STD distance. Um, okay, not this distance. We want to do the math distance. So uh, let's see. We want to do like the Pythagorean theorem. Yo, where's math? Math, guys? Math special functions? Brother. Sunny Ring. We don't want stuff this complicated, bro. We just want like basic linear algebra algorithms. Let's go. Oh, C++ 26. Yo, I didn't even know. Okay. I feel like that's actually peak. You know why that's peak? Because, yo, this is actually very nice. We have what do you call it? Native level linear algebra. Yo, executed in parallel? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually amazing. Unfortunately, that's not what I need right now. What I need right now is distance. And this is not the distance I was talking about. Gang, this is not the distance I was talking about. Uh, it's called the quadratic distance, right? Yep. No? Squared Euclidean distance? Yeah. C++ math. I felt like there was a thing there. Instead of quadratic distance, let's say Pythagorean distance, C++ math. Come on, I remember. Okay. iPod. This is it, HiPod. And HiPod, there's a HiPod F, I think. Yeah. Using HiPod F and what's it called Spirit. Okay, there's it. So HiPod F takes in a float X and a float Y. Okay, X2 minus X1, Y2 minus Y1. Okay. So let's do latest anchor dot. So since that's like my X2, no, so my anchor is my X2. So anchor dot X minus latest anchor dot X, anchor dot Y minus latest anchor dot Y. And once we get the distance, if that distance, so let me make sure. So that's a auto dist. So this is how far it is. I'm also gonna make sure to put this in curly brace initialization. There we go. Brace initialization. And let's see if the dist is greater than, right? The dist should be greater than 10. Only then like 10 pixels, or at least the brush size. You know what? I think that's even better. We can't really get the app state, but let's say app state. Why is nothing working? App state, please. State colon config colon. Bro, it's not doing anything for me. Let's just put 10 right now as solid constant. I would have loved to have const x per static config and then brush size, but I guess that's not working. App state colon config colon. Oh, actually, just what is this saying? Okay, that's why it's not doing anything. Config dot brush size. Yes, let's go. Okay. So brush size, and that's good enough. And only then we're gonna place this. Yes, this is going to be calculated. This is overhead on its own, but it's gonna save space and everything. I feel like it's like more CPU usage, but when you're adding the anchor, when you're drawing it, but overall the render and everything is pretty fast. So let's think about if. Okay, so we don't need to think about this right now. And when we're stopping the stroke, we want to add an anchor there as well. So okay, I feel like that's good enough. Because when you want to stop the stroke, I feel like this is good enough. Let's see. Oh, it's not even waiting for me to click. Oh yeah, of course it's not waiting for me to click because it keeps. So is mouse okay? Oh, so it keeps stopping the stroke. And it keeps setting that to null pointer. Is mouse button released? That's what we want to be sure. Yeah, okay. It's waiting. Okay. Oh, but the thing is, even when I released it. I don't know why. I know the release is working because it's making a different stroke, but why doesn't it? Oh, because it's using add anchor like that. And so we can have an overload of, so when we're stopping the stroke, we can optionally take an anchor. And so basically, because it's going to, it just says m dot current stroke is equal null pointer. We need to kind of close off the last one. So m dot current stroke dot stop stroke, you know? And I feel like that one might have just needed it. Yeah, I feel like this just needs get mouse X and Y. Shouldn't we just give the X and Y position? So that's what it needs. It just needs an anchor. It supposedly needs an anchor to stop the stroke. Should we have a force add anchor in the stroke? Right now, let's just have that. And so just do that. Add anchor force. We can go into the state.h file, add anchor force. Boom. It's not an app state though. It's in stroke. Like the stroke is trying to optimize stuff, but you can at the end of the day just force it. And that's all low level, bare bones. App state at the end of the day has a stop stroke, but since our app requires stop stroke, you know, this will call the current stroke stop. And that just requires an anchor. And what happens there, so there's two ways I can do this. I can add anchor force, and that's it. I can just directly call that force call that. Or like I can just call that there. Add anchor force. And it's called anchor. Out of line definition does not match in-app state. Yep. And so we're now requesting that stop stroke also have that. And so in main.cpp, we will provide the same thing. The only thing is, should we just, yeah, I feel like this needs to be a arms anchor left, uh, mouse anchor, and let's add mouse anchor everywhere. So we can just add that, right? Always forget my semicolons. Stop stroke, alter by mouth anchor, and boom, just like that. And now, okay, that's kind of goofy, right? This is where I'm leaving it, and that's where it's drawing it. Oh, because there's just a general offset. So I think that's alleviated through the yeah, through something like this. Yeah, look at that. And so now let's draw the same circle and let's see how many did we just save. Instead of 1024 or 2000, we now only have 27. The only difference I would do is save me. I feel like we just divide that by two. First I was lost. No. Um, is there like a standard division? Divides, disjunction. Yeah. Uh, so I feel like that shouldn't do too much trouble, or does it? Okay, it's fine. Okay, now it's so much smoother. The only thing we can do, we can also do more is we can have a fake one because this is pretty good quality. The only thing we can do is have um, a fake phantom anchor. I think that's what I would call it. A phantom anchor that just thinks you think the anchor is supposed to be placed there, but it's actually not placed there. And when you let go, it's placed there, right? So it's going to show a phantom anchor. Uh, let's see, how do I want to do that? So I think let's add that. Let's commit that with a message of save anchor tokens. Um, yeah, a phantom anchor. And so when we're rendering it, I think it's very easy. We just draw the circle and the line. Okay, so here we're just drawing just random lines, right? But imagine if we just did this for like your current position, right? I feel like this can't really be a reference because we're getting mouse X and Y. It's like doesn't really make sense to be a reference. It can be cons, we get that, but yeah. And so in this circle, I feel like the easiest way to do this, how long have I been streaming? Not too long, 6.5 hours. Okay. Minus 1 hour and 20 minutes or so. Yeah. So mouse anchor, interesting. What if we just, since the circle's already drawn from the last anchor, we just need to draw a line from the last anchor to our current, you know, thing. So let's for to our current mouse position. So mouse anchor dot x, mouse anchor dot y. By the way, draw a circle already requires int center x and center y. So I feel like we can save some more tokens, even though if we decide to change something like that, something like mouse anchor later had some offset to it, so it's going to be but relatively good. Extended. This is now here it is. We want the current stroke. So but that's private, right? The current stroke. Let's see. And current stroke. We can't even okay. We can get a stroke at an index by so do get current stroke and that's going to return that's not going to return an index. How do you want to do that? So what am I do? And the start position is of the least anchor. So get current stroke. And I think what's easier is to do this and say get 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 phantom anchors. I think this should be nice because we can go and state.cdp get stroke here. And all we need to do to get the phantom anchor is simply to just first of all get the current stroke. Okay, I need to make sure this is state and like that. And then we're going to get anchors. Okay. Unfortunately, I think get anchors, yeah, sometimes get anchors. Is that a dangling pointer? Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, we also need to add a notice card. For that. I'll do the notice card in a bit. So mcurrent stroke get anchors dot. Wait, how is it? How is it notice card by default? Oh, so this this is fine. You know what? Let's just do that right now. Do I wanna? Then force us to get LED. Yeah, well, beautiful. Let's do that. And so M current stroke, we're gonna get the anchors, we're gonna get the latest one, and that's basically our first one. What our second one is the current mouse position. So honestly, if we just get the last anchor and run it like that, and should run it like that, I feel like that's fine. Get last anchor. This does change that though. the function signature, and just like that, we got our last anchor. Beautiful. Extra qualification on member get last anchor. Oh, okay. We can go ahead. Last anchor. That's our start position. Beautiful how we didn't even need to. And to get the endpoint, all we need to do is do the mouse anchor. I feel like there must be a get mouse get mouse delta. Get mouse delta. But yeah, get mouse position is what we actually wanted for so long. So so mouse anchor, what's the issue? No member named Ed and Epstein. But there is though, no? Oh, what happened? Seems nice. Let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of tired. I even forgot what I just did. Oh yeah, we're creating a phantom point. I like Klein. Segfault. Guys, this is our first proper segfault. That's beautiful. Yeah, okay. Anchor count. Where was that? Yeah, I was trying to make the phantom pointer, and we have this. I think the GCC's debugger, GDB, GDB info in G++. There's like a compiler tag dash G flag, and let's do that. Now let's do GDB. Now I'm kind of a noob when it comes to GDB, but let's see. See help. And so help breakpoints, set catch events, a watch, commands, condition, delete memory region, delete checkpoint. How do we create a checkpoint? Let's see. Let's first. It says in std vector alligator size diff. The one place I use a raw pointer, and immediately. So let's do stack trace. Why? breakpoint function or on the actual strace system. Uh, let's see. That breakpoints 1 and 2 also set at this PC. Factories 1 3 at this. Break. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I need to revise my entire G++. I completely forgotten how to use this. Next user interface. Okay. Okay. So void update. Okay, so we haven't held the button there. And we don't have any strokes. Okay. Don't have any strokes. And so when we tried to get last anchor, found our current stroke, but it was a null pointer. So if if not our current stroke, yeah. So if M current stroke exists, then this can return. If not M current stroke, so listed optional. And yeah, boom. And so in main.cpp, we're getting a last anchor. This actually returns the value. So first of all, we're gonna see if I get last anchor, right? By the way, couldn't this be drawn at the end of this? Like, why did we need to add this to the end? Think about it though. At the end of the stroke, we could have just drawn the entire stroke. Okay, that's what we're doing. Yeah, we've drawn the entire stroke, and then we get the last anchor, which we don't do through the app. It's actually just anchors dot back. Honestly, the, the end position is get mouse position, and we just do this like raw. So we never needed this. This was never needed. This was never needed. Oh, okay. And you see, it feels like I'm drawing wherever I want. It hasn't actually drawn the anchor. When I leave it, okay, and then it draws there, but unfortunately, it wants to keep sticking to that. Ooh, 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 what's this? So it basically takes the ends of all of them and draws a line from each one of them. So what is this doing for const auto stroke? So for each stroke, we're doing this. But all we wanted was the last stroke. So let's again do something similar, but for strokes. And let's do that, and let's do strokes. What? Yeah. Okay, so auto strokes, brother. Constant auto anchors. So how is this const, but this not? What? Is anything different between this? This is a standard vector get strokes, right? And m strokes, right? This is get strokes, which is no discard constant. That is get x, which is also constant. So what's up? Oh, because we're already constant autoing this. I actually don't know why. Let's see. Non-const L value reference to type std vector stroke cannot bind to initialize was temporary. Interesting. So this doesn't really return a const. So if I do that, what's up with this now? Yeah, but if I do, wait, so that works? Okay, so now let me actually go back, get stroke, all of these needs to be const. Get anchors needs to be const. Okay, I did that. Get color, okay, you can copy, you can const. Get ID. It doesn't really need to be const. What std vector and optional I think need to be const. Anything that's returning stuff like that, honestly. Yep. No. 一体どうしようかな、どうしようけど、だってこの世界は大成功のようで、大成功の一面が、anyways, so we finally got our strokes, and now we need strokes dot dot get anchors dot back. Boom. Now the only unfortunate part of requires non-empty. So what happens when you call back from an empty? So std vector empty. What's gonna happen? Undefined behavior. Okay, so basically we want to make sure that it's not empty. Mm, That one is kind of weird, no. So if if strokes dot size, strokes dot is empty, and then strokes dot back dot get anchors dot empty. Then we can draw the phantom line. Okay, never seems to do it. Never cease to do it. So okay. Yeah, look at that. Okay, it still does this. I want to make sure the phantom is not shown. Look at that. Look at that. Release it there. So we want to make sure this is not shown. This is mouse button down. So only when the mouse button is down do we want to show this. The funny part is we probably still want to show this. We probably still want to show the circle of where we're going. So if is mouse button mouse button left, we don't know. So that's a big statement. If, and otherwise we'll always show this column or this circle. So we do this. Boom. And so we have this. Boom, look at that. Boom. I feel like that's beautiful. Look at that. We can even retrace our own steps. Yo, we could think about something like if we're coloring over our own stuff, like we keep increasing the anchor count, but it's not too much. Like we just keep coloring it in. Boom. There needs to be a simplification as well. Okay, so let me just change the color, and I think everything's fine. If I just change the color. Okay. Strokes back dot get color. The line is still in that color. So the line is still in that color. So strokes dot back. Okay. And now, without any seeming difference, there's zero difference. Us before and us after, drawing a circle now only requires 50 anchors. Yo, I think that's amazing. There's also dots, which are 2 anchors. Because it's looking at it from that. Because if we say this fill thing, right, we're not looking at it like, is it far enough away from each one of those, from everything that could be close to it? Because then it would have to look at the entire stroke each time it's drawing. Or it would need to have like in an order of sorted order, and then like parse through them. Or whenever it would insert something, it would insert in in like a leaf. We could have a tree data structure. But I feel like that's over optimization right now because you know something like that, and then eventually we need to have a selection tool which could just click on that. But right now, ooh, ooh, Wayne, ooh, Wayne. We could finally get commit message. Um, Phantom anchors. Create phantom anchors. Okay. Oh, yeah. I feel like that's beautiful now. Where am I? Yeah, like that. Just like that. It's 7 hours into the stream. I feel like I do have another hour, so I could implement tools, like at least selection and moving them around. I feel like that's not that difficult. Should I do it? I think I think I'll do it, but I just need some water. So Okay, I'm back with my water. So we did this. Saved our anchors. We had a phantom point. And now we have a not that bad, you know, painting thing. There's no pressure sensitivity yet, so let's start writing these to-do. So, wait, can everybody see what I'm doing? Can everybody see what I'm doing? Yeah. Okay. Labels. We have a bug, documentation, to do. Let's do a new label. That label can be to do. Uh, that's fine. Then not new label. We want issues. We get a new issue. So we need pressure, sensitivity. This is a enhancement to do. We also need tablet support. Um, open tablet daemon. Uh, that is kind of a must. So yeah, to do, because I don't think you can. Yeah, there's not even enhancement. There's like important. What else? What else? Smoothing, receiving anchors. That is a to do. We need that. What else? Action tool to do. I'm not sure about pen tool. We can make that enhancement. Actually, yeah, then text support. Text of objects. Automatic arrows with different styles between the node setup. So basically, this is an enhancement. We don't really know what it is. Okay. Tools, huh? Tools. Okay. So two things. Let me first of all rotate this 90 degrees because it feels stupid. Instead of 600, 800, and this honestly should be part of apps configuration. On text per static. Window width. Window height. App dot window dot config dot window width. App dot config dot window height. Okay. Unfortunately, it's still like the offset. I don't understand the offset. So I think new issue, fix windowed mode mouse cursor offset. This is a bug to do. And let's see. I think we should fix this first. Why is this? Feel like set window state and then flags. Toggle borderless window. Can I do that? Okay, so that did work. That did indeed work. But that seems like not the right thing to do. Is window minimized, window maximized, is window state. And so let me go back to source, relib source, and let me rip grep for what are we rip grabbing for? Can anybody hear? Okay, let me just make sure I need to, yeah. Okay. What was I looking for? What was I looking for? Oh yeah. Is window state. Yo. Is window state in C files. Okay. Here it is. And where is this? Flag window maximize. Where is this? Okay. Flag is set. Flag is set. Within flag. I think, okay. Full screen, window resizable, window. Okay. Flag window undecorated, flag window hidden, topmost, smallest pass-through borderless windows, window mode. Set config flags. Config flags. View flags where? Where do I view flags? Is it an RLGA? Where do I view flags? Okay, let's see. Define style flags, flags, advertise flags, view flag. Thank you so much. Tag view flag. Flag stats. Where are the flags though? It's expected to be called before window creation because it sets up some flags for the window creation browser to configure window state after creation except window state. Oh, here it is. Selected flags are set. Keeps window state. Oh my god, please, bro. Where are the defined state? Where are the defined saved? Please. Where are the defined saved? Yeah, this doesn't seem like it. Define. Actually, let me just find this flag. This one. If I can find this in any C file, I'm good. Flag is set, flag is set, state changed. Okay. Flag is set, flag is set, flag is set. What is defined? Is this like a GLFW thing? It's a GLFW thing. So GLFW flags, window flags, window creation hands. Refresh rate. Oh, here it is. So decorated is true by default, visible, auto iconify, floating, maximized. Client API, context creation API. OpenGL forward compat. Yeah, okay, whatever. Whatever, bro. Absolutely whatever. It's been 7 hours. Let me just actually not care about this. And where's this? Uh, set config files. Let's see. Is it anti-alias? Is it looking smoother? versus set 4. Oh yeah, this is rough as style. Yeah, this is a lot nicer. Okay. Hmm. So yeah. So get a dog, get commit with a message. Um, anti-aliasing. Fix cursor offset. GitHub close issue with commit. Fixes. Okay. So fix number, what was it? Mine was number 7. 6, 7. See if this goes down. Oh, yeah, nice. We also added anti-aliasing. We didn't even know we could do. Oh yeah, whoops. I had to implement the tool. It's completely caught up in this. So selection tool. Let's add selection tools. So we basically need our current mode that we're in. The current mode that we're in. So tool, right? And tool could be part of an enum. This enum is a tool, right? Const enum, const expert enum. Enum cannot be marked const expert. Static enum. Okay, well, it's just an enum. But they were like smart enums, C++ smart enums or something. Uh, enum class. Scope universal in C++ is done for a type-safe, clean scope alternative to business. So leaks constants into the surrounding scope. Really does it. Oh yeah, PRC did not have that. So we're talking about defines. So of course, implicitly converts to int. It's C has enums, right? Enumeration of the name of the enumeration. C++ also you could effectively do the same thing by putting the enum inside a dedicated class, perhaps as a source of the syntax. Confusing. Another difference is that the numerators of such type don't convert implicitly to int. It's maybe seldom needed, but it makes it safe overload a function. It came in the same pattern that you can't get unscoped with no implicit conversion. Unscoped enumeration with no implicit conversion. Why would anybody want that? But generally, both chains are good things. Basically, yeah, an enum class is a good default practice. Okay. and must be with the scope resolution operator. Also works in C++ 03. This might be excessive detail, but class does not go into the elaborated type specifier or declaring the enumerator type. Yeah, what is elaborated type specifier? I think nobody knows what elaborated type specifier is. But elaborated type specifier for declaring the enumerator type as in void, black, enum, duck, home. So this is not an enum class. However, there's a construct new in C++11, the opaque enum declaration, which does include defines a complete type. Uh, there's a construct doing opaque enum declaration. I think I can go over this because I think I can ignore this because it's too much detail, but I don't want to understand this. Defines a complete type. So duck is declared as an incomplete type. Duck is now a complete type. Underlying type defaults to int. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, class enum. What was it? Enum class. Enum class tool. And so we have a selection. We have a brush, a draw tool right now. A brush tool, a selection tool. What else? Brush tool, selection tool. Right now, let's just have this. So this needs to be a tool and tool, and we need to know discard cons tool. Don't need cons, get tool, get current tool. What else? So that needs to be state.cbp. Is that why it's showing an error? Oh, this and get here we have our get current tool, and it needs to just return the current tool. So let me just return and tool. I forgot add state colon boom. We don't just need the current tool, we also need to set the tool. And that cannot be caused at all. We need new tool. And we need the basically boom set current tool, and we can just set the m tool to be equal to the new tool, and I'm fine with that. What else? Set current tool. And now depending on the tool, we can update or do stuff, right? For example, then we might have something like selections, and these could be, for now, it could be vector of stroke. Honestly, it needs to be a vector of shared pointers, unique pointer. I would try to call delete on that, so I wouldn't want that. It would just be stroke pointer. Or honestly, it just needs to be a vector of size t, which in this case is stroke IDs, right? The unfortunate thing is eventually this will be object, and then object will stroke will inherit from object, but right now stroke IDs. And so M selections, we can just add stroke ID to that. Yeah. But we just need like stroke pointers. Why can't I just have that? Is using raw pointers and modern C++. But you can use raw pointers to point to data owned somewhere else. Just don't delete them. Use for that. Or for dumb memory buffers, use think of STD however, yeah, we need to juggle with subselections of objects that are not trivial to objects that already exist elsewhere. Using pointers and functions for arguments. For optional arguments where references don't cut it, as you want to be able to pass a null pointer. Pointers to consecutive objects can also be iterated easily. Just plus plus minus minus. That's it. I often use direct pointer iteration, so it begin and correctors. You need them a lot and use them properly. Ownership, but not all pointers used to be with object ownership. For example, it makes more sense to pass raw pointer to function. We're not planning to pass ownership to this function. Let's say if possible, store a raw pointer to your new object in a still unique pointer if its lifespan should be controlled. Once that used within the scope frame, just never delete it. Sometimes it knows about the lifespan of a new object from a single scope frame. As when a raw pointer is not appropriate. The managed pointer needs to transfer ownership. Okay. So raw pointer or so managed by smart pointer in the correct scope or frame to ensure the lifespan is correct. If that is true, then you should never have to delete raw pointer. And you can safely use them within the scope frame throughout there, which the lifetime is guaranteed. I would say plausible store a raw pointer to your new object in a state pointer. Sometimes it is possible to manage the lifespan of a new object from a single scope or frame. In this case, use in every scope or frame that independently needs to manage the lifespan of the new object. Then, so there's often no reason to incur the speed. Wait. We basically need a view into standard vectors. Yeah, non-owning reference to all of hard. Depending on you can achieve this using the std span for contained subarrays or std ranges views. Oh. But this is contiguous subranges. So it's std span. It's contiguous. I don't need contiguous. I don't even need std views. Views do not own the memory they point to if the original std vector goes out of scope or triggers the allocation. Dangling reference. So point to pointer C++ pointer to some elements in std vector. How do I do that? Yeah, holding a reference or pointer of a vector element. Auto string back 0 when it throws an error. Or the kind of programming errors Rust prevents. Rather, okay, Glaze, Rust Glaze. Back in place back hello. This is a weird way to initialize it, but okay. Auto stir is equal to vec 0. That will completely invalidate everything. Okay. Even though you should never hold a reference. Yeah, basically your selections will just everything will basically die. And so that's why M current stroke is also like goofy. Instead, I feel like it should be avoid get current stroke, right? On stroke, get current stroke, and size T index. Since each stroke does not have much metadata, but we know that it should be the last stroke, we basically don't need this, and we can go to state.cpp and under get stroke here. We don't need no discard. Get current stroke. We can just return through copy elision. Sorry, return value optimization. Yeah, same thing, I guess. No, RVO. Hi, Haley Queen Zero, are you there? Yes, I am here. Can you hear me? I guess you can. I'm sorry. I didn't read your message. Oh, let's go. Yeah, I've been streaming for the past 7 hours, 7.5 hours. And yeah, basically my idea right now is to keep streaming for 12, yeah, for around 12 hours or 10 hours each day. So yeah, I'm trying to grind and basically revise C++, systems programming. I want to get back into it. It's been a few months, like a year or so. And the first project I thought of making was a infinite canvas. And so like completely zoom in and out. Like I was showing the Excalibur thing. And we can do something, but we can't go zoom past this. And the minimum stroke width will not change with our zoom. And this is the maximum zoom we can go, which seems small, but I have files which far exceed this. And I've shown that early in the stream. Let me show it again. Look at that. And this is so slow. Look at the lag on this. Like, and this is one of the first versions. This isn't even the full, yeah, this is the full version. So I need this for my learning methods. You can look up Justin Sung on YouTube, and I basically extended his learning methods. It's my fourth stream, I think. This is I streamed yesterday as well. I streamed a few months back, and I'm basically trying to get back into it. So yeah, never really got back into it because I never fully started. Yeah, I did a 10-hour stream like a few months ago, but yeah, that's nice. Thank you. How do you find me? Are you interested in programming? Thank you for keeping. I will be sure to keep the grind up. Are you interested in programming, or how do you find me? Through the Twitch Shorts. Hopefully, you'll get affiliated soon. Yeah, I was thinking of the stream elements thing. Yeah, I am kind of. Oh, nice. Systems programming? Uh, oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I had an entire art phase as well, not as well. So keen to learning some new things. Ooh, very interesting. Yeah, because I was doing Draw a Box. You may have heard of it. Uh, Drawbox.com. It's like this ultra rigorous, like draw. You have to, in the first chapter, you have to draw 100 boxes to learn perspective and basically can't move on until you do that. Held a message for a reason. Uh, I allow that. That I create for like for streamer clients. Um, yeah, sure. Yeah. I'd love to see that. You have a Discord. I actually don't use Discord or anything else, but let me just check out your thing. Oh, let's see. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, uh, I don't really use Discord, but I'd love to see that. Could maybe you can whisper it to me? I don't really know how to use Twitch, so yeah, how does it go away now? Does it go away? Yeah, Discord is but only on Twitch. Law. Yeah, I actually don't even know how Twitch works that hard. I thought it had like a library of posts you could do. I can just for picture, you can make a Discord or like yeah, because it's I'm on Linux and I've disabled the packages, so we'll first have to install all of this. And I'm trying to get the strokes. Sorry, Haley, I can't really make a Discord right now, but you can tell me about your art journey and experience, and we can talk about it. It's like you can see the time for me. It's basically 4 a.m. I'll basically have to end the stream in 10 or 15 minutes. No, I have zero social media. I've just started stream. Yeah, I literally have zero social media. Get Anchor. Yeah, so when did you start to create art? Okay, well, see you then. Oh, wow, that's a long time. So are you doing this as a business? Are you trying to get um, Twitch clients, like streamers to make art for? Or do you do freelance work? Like, what's the vibe? Oh, I got you on the first message. I already knew where that was going. But um yeah, I'm asking because if you're trying to do if you're trying to grow a business, I suggest watching on YouTube. You probably know him, but I basically binged all of his content. He doesn't talk a lot about SaaS, but that's what I'm eventually aiming for, and so I'm just trying to grow more of my skills. So like, I can still do a lot of SaaS. I tried one for 6 months, but in TypeScript, and it was basically like a delivery type of SaaS, but it kind of flopped because I didn't do the calculations correctly until the end, and I didn't test a lot, and so 6 months down the drain, I'm trying to find another business idea, and I think I want to do more of like low level system stuff that's embedded into the difficult more of the difficult stuff. So that's why I'm trying to grow my knowledge about operating systems, and eventually I think I'll write an operating system from scratch series. Yeah, I might upload some random entertaining stuff as well to YouTube. I don't know. I'll see that. But yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't. I would love to have art for all my stuff, but I'm dead broke right now. I spent all of it. Yeah. If M strokes dot MT. So basically, if I don't have any strokes that I've made, then I just want to return blank. I want to say that's not possible. Otherwise, I just want to return the last stroke, and I'm happy, no? Isn't that isn't that peak? Isn't that not peak? I think that's pretty peak. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's amazingly cool. I think that's so cool, in fact, that it's so cool that I can't even believe that's me, right? That's how cool this is. Yeah, I'm going kind of crazy after yeah, after 7.5. I think this is nearing my limit. Maybe if I start early in the morning, I could do more like around 10 hours. But yeah, maybe with more breaks. Maybe. Okay. I took only one break in the middle. Let's see what's up. A.CVP. A.CVP. What is up, bro? What is up? Current stroke. Is there any so now if I remove this compiler assisted coding? Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. So we don't have current stroke here. And so even in M selections, all the selections will basically run away. And so I think I'm fine with stroke IDs like that. And in fact, I'm so fine with that. Um, I never have a one way, damn it, that's me. I think I'll even what's going on? My hand slipped. Okay. I think I'm even gonna do using using stroke IDs. I see stroke ID, right? And I feel like ID is nice. One way, brother, onion ring. Yep. And so now I think it's much easier. Instead of size key, I can do stroke ID and selections. And isn't that peak? I don't need a lame comment anymore. I just know that my selections are going to be of strokes. Eventually, it's going to be object IDs, and then it can be changed into a UUID under the hood. It can doesn't necessarily need to be a size T, and that's why I decided to make this decision instead of just making this stud vector size T. What next? What next goes up in my genius brain? What goes next? No, actually, because like, what even goes next? I need to have a one way. So M strokes, M selections, and M tool. I've is it loud enough? I feel okay. If I talk like okay, it's loud enough. Um, I need to have a one way. Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. So now stroke selections and tools. I need to default initialize this. Where is my constructor? Where's my constructor? Here's MID. No, it's just stroke. Where's app state? Where is app state? Here it is. So M current stroke. Okay, this is what we're not doing. We're not doing that. Instead, we're doing M strokes, which is going to be null. M selections, that's also going to be null, basically. And then M tool, that's going to be tool brush, right? And M current stroke. Okay, here's what's happening, right? It's doing all this lame stuff. And so the entire point of the current stroke was to be like, I can basically select a stroke and then keep drawing on it, but that doesn't really make any sense. So I need to have a one way. So M current stroke add anchor, and then if not current stroke, create stroke. Okay, this is kind of goofy. This is a goofy way to write. If we have no strokes, then create a stroke, and with our anchor, otherwise just add it to the current anchor. So if not get current stroke, otherwise get current stroke dot value. So basically auto reference get current stroke. My bad, I stopped commentating because I'm zoning out. Curse stroke. So the current stroke, we'll just call the method. We don't need to call it twice. And if we put a not in front of it, this will automatically just check if the optional it works. And so we can just create the stroke. Otherwise, if we can do stroke empty and then get current stroke dot value dot add anchor. But I feel like this is fine. Stroke dot value. Const stroke is not a pointer. Did you mean to use dot? Yeah, I did. But this is still not enough. This argument to member function add anchor has type const stroke, but function is not marked const. Mm, mm. Think about that. So this returns a const stroke. Get current stroke. This returns a const stroke. That's the problem. Why does it need to be const? Why does it need to be const? I'm not gonna give away the entire thing, but I think if we just give a reference to the stroke, we should be able to change it. I've been staring at the word stroke for so long, the R and O's are mixing up for me. Non-const L value reference to type stroke. Okay, bro. Stop still. Yes, this can be const, this can be a reference, get current stroke. We'll just return that as an optional. We're just gonna check not, and then we're gonna add that to the value. So stop stroke. This is all thinking about what the current stroke is, right? I feel like I'm making a mistake, but when you're drawing, that's the stroke, like even in Excalibur, right? You can't really just draw and then like edit that to have more stuff. You always have to like go ahead, erase it, and then draw more. And so I feel like this concept of having the current stroke, it's kind of lame. Add anchor force. Hmm. And so you see, just by this current stroke thing, we know. Only if we can get current stroke. What happened? Yeah, M current stroke is equal to null pointer. What's this? Did I ruin the code base because I forgot what I was doing? So when this is null pointer, so what do? We create a stroke, we in place back stroke on the right first anchor, and then we keep adding to that. And when we say stop stroke, so what do? We get the current stroke. If that does not exist, we create the stroke, right? Okay, I see. And but the thing is, right, we need to have like a is drawing. And so that's the entire issue. So this could be STD variant or STD optional itself, like the get current stroke. Get current stroke could be an optional. Like think about it, mstroke.empty. It checks if it's empty every time when we're getting the current stroke. Well, at the end of the day, it just needs to point to the last thing. So it can either point to the last thing or not point to the last thing. Because at the end of the day, bags dereferences n minus 1. The easy way to stop a stroke is to create an empty stroke without any anchors. Think about that. That seems kind of lame though. Why are we having an empty stroke at the end? Oh no, I have to end in 10 minutes. Wait, auto current stroke, get current stroke, if current stroke, M current stroke, add another force, anchor, amps, and so. Yeah, I feel like we need to have two things. We need to have this, and then we need to have a bool is drawing. And is drawing, yeah, this is important. And so we can go to state.cpp and go here, not just m.tool, but m underscore, what do you call it? M is drawing. M is drawing, and this can be false, right? And so if, and so basically when we're trying to create a stroke, we're going to set is drawing to true, add anchor is drawing to true, and then here we're just going to check when are we creating a stroke. When were we checking if it was a null pointer? So it just added that to the last stroke. in my attempt to remove the raw pointer, I've confused myself. I don't want to leave my app in a broken state. I want to end it on a good note. Please. Please. Okay, think about it though. Think about it though. Let's go to main.cpp first. So what happens is if mouse button is down, we add an anchor. If it's released, we add an anchor and we stop the stroke. And that's all that happens, right? And so when we add an anchor, we want to add it to the latest stroke, right? And then the drawing is true. And so basically we want to see if not get current stroke or m is drawing is equal to false, right? Create stroke and create stroke will turn it to true. Why am I doing that? I'm actually code. No, I'm ultra code, right? And what happens here is basically stopping the stroke. All we need to do is none of this. Add anchor force. Wait, so if we're adding anchor force to the current anchor, why do we need to add an anchor at the end? Yeah, we don't need to do that. So if, yeah, current stroke dot not that dot value dot add anchor force. M the current stroke is equal to null pointer. So that's not happening. Instead, we're just setting the is drawing is equal to false. Boom. That's all that's happening. So that should retain everything. Okay, that completely ruined everything. So while I'm holding, it does this, but it doesn't create anchors. Doesn't keep creating anchors. Why? Because it adds an anchor to the anchor we have. What's the problem? So this just returns the latest what's happened. So whatever this is, right? That's the phantom thing. And when you release it, there you go. So we're actually adding this. Feel like it's a problem with the drawing. So it's not drawing at the start. It's false. As soon as you fold down, you're trying to add an anchor. It's not drawing, so it's going to create a stroke. With the anchor, it's going to first create a stroke and with the first anchor, and then it's going to set drawing to true. Once drawing is true and you have that anchor made, the next update comes around. And then still holding down the button and current stroke. Okay. It starts, however, that since it's empty, it won't return anything. And so, yeah, so that's what happens, right? But then it finally has something and we're finally drawing something. So it has something and we're drawing something. And so it's not going to create that. It's going to add an anchor normally. It's going to see whenever it's big enough and it should anchors that in place back that. And so what's the problem, right? And as soon as we release the mouse, we're going to add anchor. So what's happening? So let's we enable. Let's set a breakpoint on update run. This mouse button left, not pressed. Start render. I don't know why it's this huge. Goes to the next. Yeah. What's happening? We need to set a breakpoint on add anchor. Okay, we're gonna add an anchor. Current stroke, get current stroke. Yep, that happens. Then we return. We're gonna render. Okay, nice. Then we're gonna update. Then we're gonna render. And we're gonna update. And then we're gonna render. Okay. And now okay, I think I can just figure this out through my own because GDB isn't helping me that hard. Boom. Why is it not creating anchors? Let's just print. Let's just start printing. Every update. Every update, let's just print. Sorry, let me just, I forgot to commentate. We're gonna start looping over this. We're gonna say stroke dot get anchors. So we're going to even loop through those. Actually, we already did this in the render, so let me just print it here. So what we do is we say anchor count, right? But under what? There needs to be stroke dot get ID, right? So there needs to be an open bracket and a close bracket anchor count, and then there needs to be a few new lines. Yeah, so there are 3 strokes now, 4 strokes now. Just the anchor count is not, it's not increasing. If we are doing this, so it's either not current stroke or not drawing. Well, not current stroke would only be because strokes are empty, and not drawing is only because it's the default, or we just stopped a stroke. And so the entire rest of the time we're returning after creating a stroke, the entire rest of the time, right? And to create stroke is also doing that. The entire rest of the time, we're adding an anchor to the current stroke dot value. The thing is, I'm not even taking it by auto cost reference. And that's what's happening. I'm basically taking a copy, I'm getting a copy of the stroke. I'm not even getting the real stroke, right? I'm not even getting the real stroke. And so what do I do there? Yeah, right. And let's see if that works out. I highly doubt it. Yeah. We're not actually adding to the stroke, we're adding to the copy we have in our hands. And so what do we do? The only thing I can really think of is instead of getting the current stroke, quote unquote, let's just actually do that. Let's go ahead and say mstrokes dot back dot add anchor, right? And let's see if that just changes everything. Yeah. So why? Because we're wrapping it in the stud optional. And so this is the entire problem. We're now returning a stroke reference. Const value type to function type on stroke, right? Basically, we want to return what back returns, and back returns a constant reference. The thing is, it's not really a constant reference. It can just be a normal reference as well. And it doesn't need to be that. It doesn't need to be that at all. Return, let's see. Stud optional holding a copy, holding a reference. Oh, is ill-formed algorithm. However, native language support for optional references introduced in C++26. You must use one of standard workarounds, wrapping the reference status reference wrapper or using a raw pointer. And the standard way to mimic an operation optional reference to use this approach retains value semantics behavior while safely wrapping a non-owning pointer under the hood. So reference wrapper, and so we can do that. So let's do that. Reference wrapper of type so that, and let's see if that kind of works. And so you must call dot get to access the actual underlying reference. How do I set it though? Return null pointer. Null opt. Yeah. So let's do standard null opt. Standard null opt. Standard null opt. Yeah, I don't know. Null opt t. Null opt. No. One standard. Okay, what's now expected for function, style, cast, or type construction? Yeah, it's goofing up. I think it's goofing up because we didn't include this here. So M stroke dot back. This is not really it. This is not it at all. So let's see if I can do that. No variable conversion return value of type const value type to func. Yeah, how do we do this? Um, reference wrapper. Copy was and was uh I think we need to do an std optional like that, something like that, and basically return the entire type again. What's going on? No matching constructor for initialization of okay. Uh, how do you? Why not? Function returning stud optional reference wrapper. Oh, to automatically deduce and create the reference wrapper. Yeah, std ref. This is where helper template in better functional. Okay, but apparently it still can't really do it, can it? It's still looking at M strokes as a. Is it because I did this? Yeah, from value of type to function return type stroke reference. Well, why can't it give the reference? I need a one way to get one way. So why when does back iterator C++ return reference? Is the reference operator a structure point of reference to the underlying element? If you're referring to a reverse iterator, no. When does back function reference to the last element of a container? Element access, it returns a direct reference. How to return the. So wait, if I basically say dot end and then I ask just all of that, why can't that be something? So basically I just keep it like that and take the memory address of that. What's happening? No viable conversion from return value of type void to function return type stud optional reference wrapper stroke Oh my God, bro, what is happening? If dot back is returning an element, as long as the container is not empty, for a container of type T, dot returns const equal if the container is const. So what is the issue? What is the issue with it returning T reference, which can modify element? Always ensure nobvec empty. Yeah. And what's happening here? Expected boom for function, style, cast, or type construction. Why? And for this, it says declared as a pointer to a reference of type scope. Like, what do you want me to do, bro? Uh, oh, okay, I'm goofy. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm actually goofy. I'm so goofy. Oh my God, I was putting a reference. I was, I was wrapping a stroke reference into another reference, bro. That's why it's not working. And that's why in template mdata declared as a pointer to a reference of type stroke pointer. Sorry, yeah, stroke reference. Now all I need to do to completely avoid raw pointers is what do I need to do? What do I need to do? What do I need to do? So get current stroke right now. It's returning a ref. Okay, I'm doing that wrong again. And now this finally gives me the back, and I can just get the value dot add anchor. Okay, wait. Dot value and dot get dot add. I need to do a dot value and then a dot get dot add anchor just so that I can not use a raw pointer when I'm using a reference. Okay. I think it's still better. But all of this will get immediately invalidated. And that's why, okay. And so when we create a stroke, that's getting invalidated again. And so that's why we return. But this is very finicky. We need to get the current stroke every single time. I think this is not even worth saving here. You should just do that there. I should just do that everywhere. Yeah, I should do that everywhere and not store it in any sort of variable. Dot get dot add anchor, of course. Some shit like that. Uh, Something's differing. Get current. What happened? No declaration matches get current stroke. What happened? Get because it's not a const. Because that immediately breaks this. Okay, and so this needs to be a constant. And what does that change? What does that change? That changes everything. So unfortunately, this is not doing much either. And let's go. I think that's pretty good. I think that's amazing, right? CLS 26 is too new, that's why I'm not using it. But I think I'm gonna be stuck using. Yeah, no point. T is a class. Um. Okay. I've now finally so get status. Yeah, we don't actually need to add the anchor. Let me make sure we don't need to add the anchor. So, uh, so main.cpp, we need to start logging this. Get diff state.cpp. We did a stroke ID and basically replace that. What else? Yeah. So git add dot git commit with a message. So wait, so the tools and all of this, why isn't that being added? Was that it? Did I already have like a tool thing? Did I have a tool thing? Because think about it. Um, I added tools just now. Why is my git commit not doing this? Just let me end the stream, bro. Stop torturing me. Set current tool. Why is that not here? Let me look at my latest commit. Oh my god. Let me look at my latest commit. Let me look at my latest commit. Yeah, it does not have that. But let me just still talk about tool create toolinum. Um, but the biggest change is remove current stroke raw pointer, create toolinum. And the last thing we did is uh alias stroke ID. Boom. I still can't believe that I didn't. Yeah, this is add anti-aliasing. Let's see if it shows it in here. Yeah, get current tool. Okay. Finally. For the 3 people watching who might be bots, looking at the 8 hour, 20 minute stream that I've tortured myself into and will probably keep torturing myself every day. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I'm ending this. Any closing notes are if I'm going to upload eventually, once I'm nearing the completion of this project, I'll upload a video to the YouTube or devlog or whatever, which I linked in my channel description. Other than that, I think I learned a lot about C++ today. I'm going to be revising a lot off stream, and yeah, I guess my ending speech wasn't fun for the 3 viewers. Yeah, damn. I hope this won't eat my entire disk away, but oh, that was fun. I think that was pretty fun. Felt like I could actually code. Oh my God. So yeah, I'd be studying off stream, but mostly on stream. Let's see where I get. See where I get. Thanks again, everyone, and I think it's time. It's time to say goodbye. Yeah.